Chapter 4494. However, seeing that the madman was about to die under the heavenly tribulation, Dong Hanzong was already prepared to celebrate. But at this moment, the power of all evil appeared and the broken all-evil sword quickly reformed. How could this be? The joy in Dong Hanzong's eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by disbelief. Ha! The madman bared his teeth. The power of all evil continued to pour into the all-evil sword. The aura of the all-evil sword instantly soared to a new level. If before, the lethality of the all-evil sword was equivalent to a low-level dominator weapon, now it was equivalent to a mid-level dominator weapon. Of course, the power of the all-evil sword was definitely not something a low-level or mid-level dominator weapon could compare to. It was just a metaphor. Moreover, with the appearance of the power of all evil, the injuries on the madman's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was the true body of all evil. Therefore, the power of all evil could not only help him kill his enemies, but it could also help him recover from his injuries. In layman's terms, the power of all evil was equivalent to a great tonic for him. Clang. With the increase in lethality, the madman swung his sword at the heavenly tribulation. Sword chi swept out in all directions and with a loud bang, the heavenly tribulation shattered. The injuries on his body were also completely healed. The previous weakness and wretchedness were all gone and he seemed to be full of energy. How could this be? Dong Hanzong's eyes trembled. He had clearly reached his limit before, so why did he recover to his peak state so quickly? Not only did he recover to his peak state, even the power of the all-evil sword had increased by so much. It was completely beyond common sense. The source of all evil, the true body of all evil, the power of all evil. In the past, I have only read about the source of all evil in ancient books, but I didn't expect it to be true. And it is even more terrifying than what was recorded in the ancient books. Princess Moon Fairy muttered. The source of all evil was the root of all evil. This was an extremely terrifying power. Because in this world, the power of evil was everywhere. It was also because of the terror of the source of all evil that no one had been able to control this power since ancient times. Because they couldn't withstand the corrosion of the evil aura. The evil aura would corrode a person's soul and intelligence, turning them into an evil puppet. It was equivalent to a puppet that had lost its soul and consciousness. But now, someone had actually merged with the source of all evil and successfully controlled this power. Moreover, he had even comprehended such a terrifying killing technique. The power of the all-evil sword was so strong that it made people tremble. No, the all-evil sword is not a killing technique that he comprehended. The emperor shook his head. Princess Yuxian looked at him in shock. Fusing with the origin of all evil is actually only the first step. The second step is to create the true body of all evil. However, this requires a certain amount of opportunity and luck. Obviously, Madman Emo has this opportunity and luck. He successfully created the all-evil true body, and the all-evil sword appeared along with the all-evil true body. To put it simply, the all-evil sword is the all-evil true body's innate ability. The emperor explained. Princess Yuxian asked, "Are you saying that as long as I can create the all-evil true body, I can directly create the all-evil sword and control it?" That's right. However, the emperor nodded. Then, a look of disbelief crept onto his face. But what? Princess Moon Fairy was suspicious. Something that could make her father feel disbelief was definitely not simple. Although I know the situation of the origin of all evil better than you, I never thought that the power of all evil could increase the power of the all-evil sword. According to my observation, it should be able to increase the power endlessly. The emperor said in a deep voice. Increase the power endlessly. Princess Yuxian's beautiful eyes widened. Didn't this mean that the more evil energy there was, the more lethality of the all-evil sword would increase? That's right. As long as there's evil energy in the world, the power of the all-evil sword will continue to increase. Moreover, with the all-evil true body, he can store the evil energy in the outside world in his body. When it's time to kill the enemy, he can instantly unleash it. By doing this, he can not only increase his combat power, but he can also catch the enemy off guard. The emperor said with a serious expression. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the power of origin in his hands, even he would have to retreat when facing Madman. Although he also had a legendary sovereign weapon, it was still lacking compared to the all-evil sword. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a skinny middle-aged man rushed to the emperor's side. He was wearing the uniform of the Death God Army and bowed. Again, the emperor looked at him suspiciously. As a member of the Death God Army, this person naturally had the will of the heavens. The emperor had some impression of this person, but he couldn't recall who it was. Dong Han, what are you doing? The inner demons raised his eyebrows and looked at the skinny middle-aged man unhappily. Dong Han? Princess Yuxian paused for a moment. She looked at Dong Han for a moment and said, "You seem to be from the second family. I didn't expect your majesty to remember this lowly one." Dong Han said with a flattered look on his face. "I have some impression of you." Princess Yuxian smiled faintly. "Dong Han, why did you suddenly run over here? What do you want?" The inner demon's expression became more and more unsatisfied. "Commander, please calm down." Dong Han's expression was slightly flustered. He had just joined the 10th team of the Death God Army. The inner demons, Lu Jiajin, was his immediate superior. Seeing his superior get angry, especially when it was the inner demons, how could he not be flustered? "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle." The inner demon's expression was impatient. This person suddenly ran over. What did he want to say? Yes. Dong Han nodded respectfully. He looked at the inner demons and said, "Commander, you must know that I brought my people to the 4 great continents a few years ago." "Of course I know. It's hard not to know such a big thing. You naively went to the 4 great continents to take advantage of the situation. But in the end, you were hunted down by Qin Feiyang and the others. You were almost wiped out." The inner demons mocked. Hearing the inner demon's words, Dong Han was a little embarrassed. He sighed and said, "That's true. But at the 4 great continents we saw something unbelievable." "What is it?" The inner demons was stunned and looked at him curiously. "It's called lunatic." At that time, Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King went to find trouble with Boss Ji and the others. I don't know if they wanted to kill them or subdue them. After all, the old antiques of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan are very powerful. If they can be subdued, they will become a terrifying force that can't be ignored by Qin Feiyang and the others. At that time, Madman Mo and Ji Laoshi had a bloody battle. And I saw that battle with my own eyes. Dong Han said. A bloody battle? The Emperor Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong and Princess Yuxian were slightly stunned. They quickly asked, what was the result? Lunatic lost miserably. Dong Han said. As expected. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. After all, these old men had mastered at least 7 ultimate profound meanings and 3,000 incarnations. No matter how strong the lunatic was or how terrifying the all-evil sword was, it was impossible for him to defeat them. However, although the madman was defeated, the methods and strength he displayed at that time can only be described as peerlessly terrifying. Dong Han's eyes trembled. Every time he thought of the battle between the lunatic and Boss Ji, he couldn't help but feel fear. What do you mean? Princess Yuxian frowned. An expert with the will of the heavens was scared to this extent? Of course, she didn't doubt Dong Han's courage. After all, as an expert with the will of the heavens, how could he not have the courage? The only reason was that the lunatic's means had exceeded Dong Han's tolerance. In other words, it had left a shadow in Dong Han's heart. At that time he also used his trump card, the all-evil sword. The situation at the beginning was the same as now. Although it was very powerful, it wasn't to the point of being heaven-defying. But, as Ji Laoshi activated 3,000 incarnations, the lunatic's all-evil sword also became crazily stronger. Speaking up to here, Dong Han swallowed his saliva and said in horror, "You will never know how many ultimate profound meanings he shattered with his last sword." How many? Dong Han frowned. He desperately wanted to know the answer to this question. 10,000. Dong Han raised a finger. What? 10,000 ultimate profound meanings? Dong Han's body and mind trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The Emperor Dong Qingyuan and Princess Yuxian were also shocked to the extreme. One had to know. Ji Laoshi was an expert with the will of the heavens, and each of his ultimate profound meanings contained the will of the heavens. How terrifying was it to shatter 10,000 ultimate profound meanings with one sword? If it wasn't for Dong Han saying it, and if they didn't know that Dong Han wouldn't dare to lie in front of them, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you tell us such an important thing before?" "I thought you knew. Because you and the deputy army commander have fought with them in the 4 great continents. But before I saw your reaction you didn't seem to know about this, so I immediately came to tell you," Dong Han said. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Han looked at each other. They really didn't know about this. Although the mad scientist had opened the all-evil sword when they were in the 4 great continents, he didn't inject the power of all evil into it. So, They thought that the all-evil sword they saw at that time was the strongest state of the all-evil sword. But they didn't expect. The true strongest state of the all-evil sword was an endless increase in power. Your Majesty, please give the order to kill him immediately. If we don't kill this person, there will be endless trouble in the future. Dong Qingyuan immediately looked at the emperor and shouted. The emperor looked at the mad scientist who was undergoing the tribulation, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Although the tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, it couldn't cause any damage to the mad scientist at all. Because the all-evil sword in his hand was emitting a terrifying aura. What a busybody. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin glanced at Dong Han with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. It was better to get rid of this busybody as soon as possible. Chapter 4495. So he has the confidence to win. Dong Hanzong stared at Madman, his hands tightly clenched together. He originally thought that Madman would die under the heavenly tribulation before the 50th tribulation. Because at that time, Madman was indeed in a sorry state. But he never thought that Madman still had such a trump card. If nothing unexpected happened, relying on the powerful all-evil sword, he could really succeed in passing the tribulation. At that time, wouldn't he have to kneel down in front of everyone and call Madman Grandpa? No. This kind of thing was absolutely not allowed to happen. He also quickly looked at the emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, please give the order. He had to kill Madman before he succeeded in passing the tribulation. Otherwise, at that time he would be the one to lose face. Don't worry, it's already the 49th tribulation, one more tribulation away from the 50th tribulation. The emperor waved his hand. Kill he definitely had to kill. If Madman didn't kill him, he would be able to suppress everyone with his strength alone. Such a threat was not inferior to Qin Feiyang. But it wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity. If he didn't kill Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Madman in one fell swoop, he would be a bit unwilling. Gotcha. The 50th tribulation finally fell. Its power was many times stronger than the first tribulation. Because at this level of tribulation, the lethality of each tribulation would increase exponentially. But the all-evil sword in Madman's hand, with the continuous infusion of the all-evil sword, its lethality had soared to an extremely terrifying level. Damn heaven, you can't do anything to me. Madman looked at the tribulation and laughed wildly, the all-evil sword crazily slashing down. Boom. The heavenly tribulation that was powerful enough to destroy everything was destroyed by the all-evil sword just like that. It was as easy as blowing off dust. The lethality of his sword is estimated to be able to shatter 2,000 to 3,000 ultimate mysteries. Princess Moon Fairy murmured. He was ridiculously strong. If there was no origin force, no death god army encirclement, who could be this person's opponent? Could be said that, apart from Dong Hanzong and the Lu Yuntian brothers, no one could fight with him. He hasn't appeared yet. You weren't here when I first arrived? Fine, I'll kill Madman first. As your good brothers, I'm sure you'll be very sad to hear about Madman's death. The emperor murmured. A wisp of killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes as he shouted, Kill this person. His voice was like a great bell resounding in all directions. Seeing that the emperor had finally given the order, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong could not help but become spirited. They took a step forward and landed in the void in front of them, instantly activating their ultimate skills. Following closely. The members of the Death God army surrounding the Myriad Demons Valley, the Monster Kings of the Kunpeng Sea region, the Beast Kings of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, and the thousands of people of the 10 lineal families also stepped forward and activated their ultimate profound. Nearly 120,000 powerhouses of the will of the heavenly Tao simultaneously activated their ultimate profundities. Can you imagine what kind of scene that would be? Even if each of them had only grasped 6 ultimate mysteries, that would still be over 700,000 ultimate mysteries. Such a terrifying reality was probably enough to kill anyone in the world except for the sovereign of the divine kingdom, the ice dragon, and the heaven-devouring beast. What should we do? The inner demons raised their eyebrows and asked telepathically. Hold back for now. Lu Jiajin's eyes flashed slightly as he glanced at the crowd. Don't look. I've already sensed the location of the emperor as soon as I arrived here. He's not far behind us. He must have activated the concealment technique so we can't see him. The inner demons thought. Hearing this, Lu Jiajin withdrew his gaze and smiled secretly. Then let's go and pretend. The emperor is not a fool. How can we fool him by pretending? If we don't want the emperor to be suspicious, we have to go all out. The inner demons glanced at the emperor and sneered secretly. Then, together with Lu Jiajin, they landed beside Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. Boom. The ultimate skill was activated. The aura rolled in all directions. Dong Qingyuan turned to look at the inner demons with a trace of doubt in his eyes. What are you looking at? Am I someone you can look at? Don't think that the grudge between us is over. After we kill Qin Feiyang and the others, we will slowly settle the score with you. You'd better pray that the Emperor will protect you for the rest of your life. The inner demon smiled coldly. Dong Qingyuan's pupils shrank. Dong Hanzong said expressionlessly, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and activate your Demon King true body. The ultimate skill of the law of life and death, dual will of heaven. Are you teaching me how to do things? Do you think you can run away when the time comes? Blazing flame mountain plotted against us. Sooner or later you will pay the price for it." The inner demon sneered. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but clench his fists. A trace of hostility flashed between his eyebrows. But to be honest, although Qin Feiyang and the others are our enemies, I am a little grateful to them because they slaughtered Han Zongqing. The inner demons looked at Dong Hanzong mockingly. "Have you said enough?" Dong Hanzong growled. The hatred and anger that he had suppressed with great difficulty were instantly ignited. "What are you doing?" The Emperor frowned and glared at the two. "Nothing. Just to get in touch with him." The inner demons bared their teeth. The Emperor's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm deaf? You said so loudly that I can't hear you?" To be honest, he had a love-hate relationship with his inner demons. He liked the inner demon's talent, ability and means. What he hated was the inner demon's personality. They were too arrogant and domineering. Not to mention Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan, even he, the Emperor of the Central Dynasty, might not be in his eyes. "Hey, Madman Mo, although this is a little unfair, there is no other way. We don't dare to disobey His Majesty's order." The inner demons looked at the madman who was standing in the sky above the myriad demons valley, facing the 51st tribulation, and laughed. The madman shattered the tribulation with a casual swing of his sword. He turned to look at the inner demons and laughed. "It's okay, bring it on." "Still so arrogant?" The inner demons was slightly stunned and joked, "Do you still not understand your current situation?" "I'm not stupid. How can I not understand? But I believe that I won't die." The madman laughed. "It's good to be confident, but too much confidence will cost you your life." The inner demon's blood boiled as the Demon King true body appeared. It was 10,000 feet tall and emitted a murderous aura. From afar, it looked like a group of terrifying demon kings had descended. "This is Lu Yunqian's Demon King true body. It's really strong." It said that this Demon King true body is the only way to fight against Qin Feiyang's 3,000 avatars. And it was comprehended by Lu Yuntian himself. In terms of talent, this person deserves to be number one. Even Dong Hanzong is far inferior to him. The crowd at the back who had come to watch the show revealed looks of admiration when they saw this scene. Dong Hanzong's universe domain was indeed heaven-defying, but it was innate. But the Demon King true body was different. The Demon King true body was comprehended by Lu Yuntian through his own efforts. This was the difference between the two. With Lu Yuntian here, the madman will definitely die. After all, he alone is equivalent to 3,000 people's combat power. You're wrong. Not only does he have the combat power of 3,000 people, he also has the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and has mastered two will of heaven. As expected. The next moment, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, the kingdom of life and death, appeared out of nowhere. The eruption of two wills of heaven instantly made the inner demons the focus of the entire city. Because his strength and aura were too terrifying. It was as if there was nothing that couldn't be done with him. If only his character was better, it would be even more perfect, Princess Yuxian murmured. At the end of her sentence, a smile appeared on her peerless face. If one looked carefully, her cheeks seemed to be slightly red, giving her a different kind of charm. Chapter 4496. Kill? Dong Qingyuan's sudden roar resounded through the sky. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and could no longer hold back the killing intent in his heart. Whether it was the people at the entrance or the members of the Death God army, they all heard Dong Qingyuan's roar at this moment. Rumble. Ultimate profoundness that filled the sky immediately charged towards the sky above the Thousand Demons Valley from all directions. One must know. At this moment, not only the entrance of the Thousand Demons Valley, but even the other directions had been blocked. In short, the entire Thousand Demons Valley was surrounded by members of the Death God army. Even a fly would not be able to fly in. Ha! More than 700,000 ultimate profoundness that contains the will of the heavenly Tao. You guys really think highly of me. I can't let you guys down. Lunatic laughed wildly. He knew that Qin Feiyang and the rest must be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. This was the trust between brothers. Although they did not see Qin Feiyang and the rest from the beginning to the end, they still believed in it. So now, what he needed to do was to attract everyone's attention. It was equivalent to attracting everyone's attention on him, thus creating an opportunity for Qin Feiyang and the rest to launch a surprise attack. Boom. The power of all evil was injected into the all-evil sword. The all-evil sword not only trembled but also made clanging sounds as if it had absorbed a large amount of power of all evil, making it unusually excited. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. At this moment, Lunatic seemed to be possessed as he waved the all-evil sword crazily. Numerous strands of sword chi were like a torrent that had broken through a dam. They shattered the sky and surged towards the ultimate profundities that were charging towards him from all directions. Although it was only sword chi, its sharpness was still peerless. Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, waves of ultimate profoundness were constantly annihilated. Countless living beings were dumbfounded by this scene. There were so many ultimate profoundness and they all contained the will of the heavenly Tao. However, the all-evil sword seemed to have an indestructible power. Just like Lunatic's previous clamor, he would kill them all. In just an instant, a total of more than 5,000 to 6,000 ultimate profoundness were shattered by the sword chi. Not enough. It can still be stronger. Power of all evil erupt. Madman roared. The power of all evil that had been accumulating in his body for a long time surged out like a flood and instantly entered the all-evil sword. Clang. The all-evil sword trembled even more violently. A deafening sound echoed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the lethality of the all-evil sword soared to a whole new level. As Madman continued to swing his sword, waves of blood-colored sword chi shot out like a surging torrent. At this moment, nothing else could be seen in this void except for countless sword chi clashing with hundreds of thousands of ultimate intents. The sword chi was shattering. The ultimate profound was also shattering. Furthermore, at least several tens of ultimate profound would shatter at the same time each time. In terms of quality, every single strand of sword chi from the all-evil sword was far superior to the ultimate profundities that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. How can he be so strong? Princess Yuxian didn't make a move. She stood beside the emperor and silently watched this scene. Her heart was in turmoil. One man and one sword was actually able to contend against over 700,000 ultimate profundities. Most importantly, the current madman showed no signs of losing. He was like a god standing in the sky above the myriad devil valley. Not a single ultimate profound could break through the blockade of the sword chi and reach him. As the princess of the central dynasty, the apple of the emperor's eye. What kind of world had she not seen? But this was the first time she had seen such a scene in her life. Actually, if it was in the past, Madman would definitely not have this ability. Because in the past, the power of all evil in his body was not much. But now, first he took the initiative to absorb the evil power in the Black Tortoise world. Later he entered the Myriad Devil Valley. Moreover, it had been 2 years since Madman entered the Myriad Devil Valley. With Madman's brain he would definitely set up a time array when he was in seclusion to fuse the ultimate profound. In other words, from the outside it seemed like 2 years, but in reality, Madman had stayed in the Myriad Devil Valley for over 3 million years. For over 3 million years, although he did not take the initiative to absorb the evil power, he did not dare to do so. Because if he did so, it would cause too much of a commotion and would definitely alarm the living beings near the Myriad Devil Valley. But, even if he did not take the initiative to absorb the evil power of the Myriad Devil Valley, for over 3 million years, the amount of evil power that entered his body was unimaginable. Could be said that, at this time, the power of all evil in his body, even if he crazily squandered it, it would not be used up in a short period of time. The most important thing was, he could take the initiative to absorb the evil power of the Myriad Devil Valley at any time. Because now his whereabouts had been exposed, so there was no need to worry so much. Don't you know that as the body of all evil, I am invincible in the Myriad Devil Valley? Madman laughed wildly. Finally, he began to take the initiative to absorb the evil power of the Myriad Devil Valley. Immediately, waves of evil power crazily rushed towards him like a tide. The void where he was instantly submerged in blood mist, as if it had turned into a sea of blood. What kind of monster is this person? The evil power here, even we don't dare to touch it easily, but this person not only dared to run into the Myriad Devil Valley, but also directly absorbed the evil power. The humans, beasts, and sea beasts that gathered in the distance were all in disbelief. The fact that the myriad demons valley could become a revered forbidden zone in the central dynasty was enough to show how terrifying it was. But they did not expect such a monster to run out now. In the eyes of this person, this evil power was like a tonic. Time passed breath by breath. Madman held the all-evil sword in his hand, while resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation. He also bombarded the ultimate profound in the surroundings, like a demon god. Many creatures had already been scared out of their wits by Madman's means. It was simply too ridiculous. More than 700,000 ultimate profound and supreme law couldn't do anything to him for a while. Of those 700,000 ultimate profound, 10,000 had already been shattered by the sword chi of the all-evil sword. One must know. When he fought with Ji Laoshi back then, Madman's all-evil sword could only shatter 10,000 ultimate profound. In other words, at this time the all-evil sword had already surpassed the all-evil sword back then. And it was only a matter of time before it surpassed it. As expected, with enough evil power, the all-evil sword would be able to increase its power endlessly. Why? A mere person from the lower realm, how could he merge with the source of all evil, create the true body of all evil, and become a god that controls all evil in the world? I refuse to accept this. I Dong Hanzong have mastered the Qian Kuan domain, stellar shift, invincible body, sealing force and other heaven-defying means. I must not lose to him. Everyone listen to my order, immediately stop the next round of attacks. Looking at the awe-inspiring and all-powerful madman, Dong Hanzong's heart went crazy. Anger and jealousy emerged uncontrollably. Following his roar. Immediately, around the myriad Devil Valley, all the will of heaven powerhouses once again displayed their ultimate profound. Chapter 4497. Little lunatic, this guy is simply invincible in the Thousand Demons Valley. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Although he is indeed powerful, if this continues, he will still suffer in the end. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Qingyuan and the others, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. These people didn't want to give senior brother Lunatic any chance to breathe. We should also make a move. After all, Lunatic still has to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, the power of all evil will be useful in the future battle. We can't waste it all here. Long Qin said. Heard it? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. He looked at the Emperor and Princess Yuxian and said, I have long wanted to make a move, but I was a little hesitant. What are you hesitating for? Long Qin was puzzled. Look at the Emperor and Princess Yuxian, why haven't they made a move yet? It's because they see that only senior brother Lunatic is here, so they don't need to use the power of origin. But once we make a move, they will definitely use the power of origin. Once the power of origin appears, we will have no hope. Qin Feiyang said. Because Lunatic still had more than 40 heavenly tribulations left. On average, each heavenly tribulation would take about 10 breaths, so 40 heavenly tribulations would take 400 breaths. With the terrifying power of the power of origin, 400 breaths was enough to kill Qin Feiyang and the others countless times. In other words, they couldn't hold on for more than 400 breaths. That's true. Long Qin whispered. The Death God Army, the Kunpingxi region, the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, the 10 direct descendant families, these heavenly will powerhouses were actually not the main point. The most terrifying one was the Emperor. This person controlled the power of origin, and more than 1 or 2 heavenly will. If the Emperor didn't make a move, everything was still possible. But if the Emperor made a move, they would have to face a nightmare. Little Lunatic, you can choose another place to transcend the tribulation. The Black Tortoise world has grown for so many years, I wonder if it can withstand the tribulation now? Little Qin Zi, why don't you ask that brat? White-eyed Wolf said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately asked Little Wimp secretly. As for the Emperor, White-eyed Wolf opened his mouth again. His eyes flashed and he said with a sneaky smile, I have an idea. What? Long Qin and the Sea Lion King looked at him suspiciously. Now that the situation was critical, as long as it wasn't a particularly bad idea, it would be fine. Find someone to go to Imperial Capital Mountain. The Imperial Capital Mountain is their headquarters. As long as someone attacks the Imperial Capital Mountain now, the Emperor will definitely not be able to remain calm. The White-eyed Wolf cackled. Qin Feiyang, Long Qin, and Sea Lion glanced at each other. He did not expect the White-eyed Wolf to come up with such a good idea. Not bad. There is no better idea. Imperial Capital Mountain was the sacred ground of the Central Dynasty. There must be a lot of treasures and resources hidden there. It was even possible. More than half of the Central Dynasty's resources were on Imperial Capital Mountain. As long as someone went to the Imperial Capital Mountain now, how could the Emperor remain calm? Furthermore, the person who killed his way to the Imperial Capital Mountain must definitely be powerful enough. Because only in this way can the Emperor go back in person. After all, if we can't lure the Emperor away no matter how perfect our plan is, it will be meaningless. The white-eyed wolf thought. Not bad. You always drop the ball at the critical moment, but now you can come up with such a good idea. Qin Feiyang patted the white-eyed wolf's shoulder. This guy was finally reliable for once. Nonsense. I usually just pretend to be stupid. Do you think I'm really stupid? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Then who will go? Sea Lion King looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and looked at Long Chen at the same time. Why are you looking at me? You are not going to let me go, are you? Long Chen was stunned. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, Your god's domain is so strong now. There will be no problem. The corner of Long Chen's mouth twitched. Going to the Imperial Capital Mountain alone and facing the Emperor of the Central Dynasty later, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He said, I think it's better for Brother Qin to go because in the eyes of the Emperor, Brother Qin's threat is far greater than mine. No. They don't care about you now because they don't know that the person who went to the Imperial Capital Mountain, killed the 9 commanders, and slaughtered Han Zongqing was you. If they know, you will be more important in their hearts than me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Long Chen was speechless. Anyway, I can't run away. You are the number 1 person in our team now. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't flatter me. Long Chen's face darkened. Number 1? Although my god's domain has evolved, to be honest, I don't have the confidence to defeat Qin Feiyang. 3,000 incarnations, Eye of Heaven, Law of Life and Death, Dual Will of Heavenly Tao, especially the Eye of Heaven. For Qin Feiyang, who grasped the law of time, he only needed to lay down a time array. He didn't need to go to the Black Tortoise world to instantly replicate a large amount of ultimate meaning. In other words, after Qin Feiyang grasped the law of time, the weakness of the Eye of Heaven's replication speed no longer existed. Time is tight, hurry up. The white-eyed wolf urged. Okay. Long Chen had a helpless expression. He directly walked out of the invisible state and opened a space-time passage to leave. Because now, everyone's attention was on the madman. In addition, Long Chen had never appeared in the Central Dynasty. Although Dong Qingyuan and the other giants knew of his existence, the others didn't. The only time he appeared was when he killed the 9 commanders and slaughtered Han Zongqing. He was still hiding his identity, so no one paid attention to him. In the sky above the Myriad Devil Valley, the madman had already gone completely crazy. The evil power of the Myriad Devil Valley crazily poured into his body. From afar, it was as if he was standing in a sea of blood. Imperial Capital Mountain. A space-time passage appeared. A red-haired old man sat cross-legged under a stone tablet. His eyes were narrowed and his aura was extraordinary. The original guard had already died in the hands of Long Chen. When he killed the 9 commanders, he also killed him. Therefore, this red-haired old man was the new guard. He was also a Will of Heavenly Tao expert. Similarly, he also had a low-class sovereign weapon. This was the standard of the guards at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Mountain, because only those who were strong enough could guard the entrance. Who is it? As Long Chen walked out of the space-time passage, the red-haired old man immediately opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen with vigilance. Because of the previous guard's lesson, this red-haired old man was especially careful. You don't recognize me? Long Chen stood in the sky and smiled faintly. The red-haired old man was slightly taken aback and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. Looks like there aren't many people in the Central Dynasty who know me. What do you mean? Is this person not from the Central Dynasty? The red-haired old man was shocked. Clang. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up and a 3-meter-long saber appeared in his hand. Divine aura spread in all directions. This was his sovereign weapon. There was a lifelike azure dragon carved on it. At first glance, it looked like the azure dragon crescent saber. Please remember my name. My name is Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and opened his divinity domain. It was as if he had turned into a god. The red-haired old man immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Long Chen, the red-haired old man murmured. This name sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? Wait. It seemed that Qin Feiyang had an accomplice called Long Chen. Could it be? The red-haired old man's eyes suddenly widened. These people were too bold. They came to the imperial capital mountain again and again. Following closely. The red-haired old man stared at the divinity domain. What was this thing? Why did it give him such a strong sense of danger? You should be familiar with it. Because someone had seen my divinity domain in Hanzhongqing. Long Qin smiled. He took a step forward and landed in front of the entrance with the divinity domain. A light screen appeared in front of the entrance. This was the barrier that protected the imperial capital mountain. Hanzhongqing. The red-haired old man's eyes trembled as he stared at Long Qin and the divinity domain in surprise. Are you the one who killed the 9 great commanders and slaughtered Hanzhongqing? Congratulations, your answer is correct. Long Qin smiled. Chapter 4498. So it was you who did it. Coming to my imperial capital mountain to kill people, and the ones you killed are the 9 commanders, you really have guts. The red-haired old man's killing intent soared into the sky. Is imperial capital mountain that great? Long Qin smiled faintly and stepped towards the barrier at the entrance. Don't waste your energy. The barrier of imperial capital mountain is formed by the divine kingdom's rule force. With your ability, it's impossible to break the barrier and step into imperial capital mountain. The red-haired old man sneered. Is that so? Since you know that I slaughtered Hanzhongqing, you should know that rule force is useless against me. Facing the red-haired old man's ridicule, Long Qin smiled lightly. When he landed in front of the barrier, the moment his god's domain touched the barrier, the rock-solid barrier began to distort and deform. The red-haired old man was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that the rule force this person controlled in Hanzhongqing was related to this domain? So terrifying. How could there be such a person in this world? Boom. The next moment, the barrier collapsed and turned into rule force. However, this rule force did not dissipate and gathered in front of Long Qin. It was as if he was the ruler of this world. Following closely. Long Qin stepped into Imperial Capital Mountain and looked at the red-haired old man with a faint smile. Can you stop me? What kind of monster are you? The red-haired old man roared in horror and turned around to flee frantically. His face was pale and full of fear. Since ancient times, no one could shake the barrier of Imperial Capital Mountain, let alone break it. But now, this Long Qin actually broke the barrier in an instant without any effort at all. Monster? Long Qin murmured, shook his head and laughed. Not to mention this old man, sometimes even he felt like a monster. Of course. He wasn't the only monster, there were many around him. Where do you want to go? As soon as these words came out, the god's domain quickly expanded and finally merged with this world. It was equivalent to saying, now the entire Imperial Capital Mountain was his domain. Rule force emerged like a tide, crazily rushing towards the red-haired old man. There was nowhere to escape, because all directions were filled with rule force. The red-haired old man activated his sovereign divine weapon and desperately defended himself. Simultaneously, he also wanted to activate the ultimate intent of ultimate laws. However, he discovered that the power of laws in his body seemed to be sealed and he couldn't activate it. This was the realm of gods? No. Hurry up and inform His Majesty. The red-haired old man was terrified. He took out the divine sound transmission stone. Long Qin didn't stop him, because this was exactly what he wanted. If he did not give the red-haired old man a chance to send a message, how would the emperor know that he had attacked the Imperial Capital Mountain? In the blink of an eye, Myriad Demons Valley. Madman had already shattered more than 20,000 ultimate profundities. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His 2 blood-red eyes were overflowing with bloody light. Like a peerless demon with a bloody sword in his hand, he swept across the land. What a pity. It would be great if he was from our divine nation. The emperor shook his head regretfully. Not to mention the lunatics in the future, just the lunatics now were enough to dominate the world. Could be said that, without the power of origin, without a powerful sovereign divine weapon, looking at the current divine kingdom, no one was a match for the lunatics. The emperor couldn't figure it out. Why would such an outstanding person be born in the Sky Cloud realm? The lunatics were the same. Qin Feiyang and Golden Wing Wolf King were the same. What if these 3 were all born in the divine kingdom? Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Wing Wolf King, in addition to Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. There was also Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianxin, Dong Xin, Dong Qin and Dong Ping. These were a total of 10 peerless geniuses. With these 10 peerless geniuses who could compete with the divine kingdom, it wasn't impossible for them to dominate the world. But, just as the emperor was imagining things, the divine sound transmission stone suddenly rang. The emperor raised his eyebrows. At this time, who would send him a message? He didn't want to bother. Because right now he really didn't have the mood to bother. But the divine sound transmission stone kept ringing. The emperor angrily took out the divine sound transmission stone. As it woke up, the image of the red-haired old man appeared. What are you doing? Don't you know that we're busy in the Myriad Devil Valley? The emperor said angrily. The red-haired old man shouted, I know, but your majesty, something bad has happened. Long Chen has come to our imperial capital mountain again. Long Chen? He went to imperial capital mountain again? What do you mean? The emperor was stunned. Beside him, Princess Yuxian couldn't help but look at the red-haired old man suspiciously. The red-haired old man shouted anxiously, This Long Chen is the person who came to imperial capital mountain last time, killed the 9 great commanders and slaughtered Han Zhongqing. So it's him. The emperor's gaze trembled and he said in a deep voice, Long Chen? I've heard Dong Qingyuan mention this person before, but is he so strong? Yes. Your Majesty, you should hurry back, otherwise imperial capital mountain will be razed to the ground by him. The red-haired old man was burning with anxiety. Raze imperial capital mountain to the ground? The emperor was stunned and mocked. He can't even enter imperial capital mountain, how can he raise it to the ground? Don't be an alarmist here, just guard your gate. After we get rid of Madman Mo, we will immediately return. It's too late, he has already entered imperial capital mountain. The red-haired old man roared. What? The emperor's face suddenly changed. Princess Yuxian's face also changed. He has already entered imperial capital mountain, how is this possible? The red-haired old man said, He can control the rule force of our divine kingdom, the barrier of imperial capital mountain is useless against him. Bastard. The emperor roared and thunder raged. What's the situation? This roar startled all directions. Countless people looked at the emperor. What happened? Why did the emperor suddenly become so angry? Suddenly, a faint laughter sounded, and a white figure appeared behind the red-haired old man. This person is? Everyone looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared in surprise. Long Chen. Dong Hanzong's pupils shrank and he roared, Why are you at Imperial Capital Mountain? Not only me, we are all at Imperial Capital Mountain. You guys went to Thousand Devil Valley to kill Madman, of course we can't be at a disadvantage, so we took the opportunity to come and destroy your nest. I think there should be a lot of divine objects in this Imperial Capital Mountain. Long Chen chuckled. Then, with a wave of his hand, accompanied by a loud clang, the ruler divine weapon Sky Dragon Sword appeared. The red-haired old man's face turned pale, and the Zamadeo in his hand erupted with a destructive power, slashing towards Long Chen. Low-level ruler divine weapon, don't take it out and embarrass yourself. Long Chen shook his head. With a slash of the Sky Dragon Sword, the Zamadeo shattered on the spot. That's right. It was shattered. A ruler divine weapon was destroyed just like that. Although it was a low-level ruler divine weapon, it was destroyed just like that, who knows how many people's hearts ached. This guy, no matter what, it's a ruler divine weapon, doesn't he know how to keep it? The white-eyed wolf, who was invisible, kept twitching the corner of his mouth. It was really a waste of God's gift. Don't be in a hurry to come back, we still want to walk around Imperial Capital Mountain. After shattering the Zamadeo, Long Chen looked at the emperor with a smile, and another sword fell. The red-haired old man, who was unable to activate the ultimate profound, could only watch as the Sky Dragon Sword came. Your Majesty, save me. Accompanied by a desperate scream, the red-haired old man died on the spot. The reason why Long Chen killed the red-haired old man so quickly was because he didn't want the red-haired old man to speak. Because the red-haired old man knew that only Long Chen went to Imperial Capital Mountain alone. If the red-haired old man exposed this lie, the emperor would definitely be suspicious. After all, the emperor was not a fool. If the emperor knew that only Long Chen went to Imperial Capital Mountain alone, he might think that this was their plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. At that time, maybe the emperor would have other arrangements. You really don't know what's good for you. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, the emperor's eyebrows were filled with hostility. Not only did he barge into Imperial Capital Mountain, but he also killed people of Imperial Capital Mountain in front of him. This was not only a provocation to the Central Dynasty, but also a provocation to his dignity as the emperor. It was simply unforgivable. Moon Immortal, stay here and help. You must kill Madman Mo. The emperor looked at the Moon Immortal princess and said before opening a space-time tunnel. Chapter 4499. Father, Are you okay to go back alone? Princess Moon Fairy was a little worried, because Long Chen had personally said that they were all at Imperial Capital Mountain. This they must be referring to Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the golden-winged wolf king. Don't worry. I have the power of origin in my hands. Today, Imperial Capital Mountain will be his burial ground. The Emperor stepped into the space-time channel with murderous intent. Phew. The Sea Lion Demon King couldn't help but let out a long breath. The biggest threat had finally left. Don't be too careless. Since the Emperor dares to let Princess Moon Fairy stay behind, it means that this woman must have the power of origin in her hands. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Why didn't he bring Princess Moon Fairy back to Imperial Capital Mountain? This way they would be more confident. Hearing this, the Sea Lion Demon King's expression stiffened, and his heart became uneasy again. Look at your cowardice. If it weren't for the fact that you are pitiful and homeless, I would have chased you away long ago. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. After all, he was a demon king who controlled the will of the heavenly Tao. Couldn't he be a little more ambitious? The Sea Lion Demon King wanted to cry but had no tears. Who could blame him for being cowardly? Didn't he see who his opponent was? Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, Kunpeng, the Dragon God, about 120,000 heavenly Tao powerhouses, and Princess Moon Fairy who might have the power of origin. How could he not be nervous with such a terrifying lineup? The fact that he could stay here and not run away was already praiseworthy of his courage. Stop talking nonsense. It's time for us to make a move. Qin Feiyang, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God's eyes gradually turned cold. Long Chen couldn't drag it out for long. Although his god's domain was very heaven-defying, he had personally said that he hadn't controlled the power of origin of the divine kingdom yet. Even just interfering was very difficult. So, he had to end the battle quickly. No, he couldn't continue fighting. He had to think of a way to take the madman away from Thousand Demons Valley and find another place to transcend the tribulation. Only then could he truly escape danger. What did that brat say? White-eyed wolf asked. He hasn't replied to me yet. He probably isn't confident either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's a little tricky. White-eyed wolf frowned. However, right at this moment, Little Wimp's voice rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. Brat, let that little lunatic come in and undergo the tribulation. Can the Black Tortoise realm withstand it? Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. Hold my ass. The little brat seemed to be very angry. He seemed to be disdaining Qin Feiyang and the others for always causing trouble for him. If he can't withstand it, you still want him to go to the Black Tortoise world to undergo the tribulation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although we can't withstand it, the Black Tortoise realm has grown a lot over the years. Not to mention how strong it is, it's at least a lot stronger than when you were undergoing the tribulation. Just now, Fire Lotus and I have already moved the western region and the northern region's living beings and resources are specially set aside for lunatic to undergo the tribulation. Little Wimp said snappily. So that's how it is. Thank you. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and was extremely grateful to this little brat. As long as he could enter the Black Tortoise realm to undergo the tribulation, then most of the problem would be solved. Moreover, the Black Tortoise realm had a time array. Even though lunatics spent half a day in the Black Tortoise realm to undergo the tribulation, only a moment had passed outside. Immediately, Qin Feiyang told the white-eyed wolf and the Sea Lion Demon King the good news. That's great. As long as lunatic can enter the Black Tortoise realm, then with your speed, escaping the encirclement will be easy. The Sea Lion Demon King laughed in joy. Easy? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and the corners of their mouths twitched. How could it be so easy? But no matter what, as long as lunatic could enter the Black Tortoise realm to undergo the tribulation, the situation would be much better. Let's do it. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded and said to the Sea Lion Demon King, you deal with these people who are here to join in the fun. The Sea Lion Demon King swept his gaze across the crowd. Although there was a sea of people around, none of them had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, so there was nothing to worry about. Bosch Qin really took care of him and gave him such an easy task. Leave it to me. If he still didn't dare to nod, then he would really lose face. Off. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. In the next moment, he took a step forward, leading the white-eyed wolf and Sea Lion Demon King to land silently behind Princess Yuxian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, Heaven Dragon God, Heart Demon, and Lu Jiejin. At the same time, the second wave of attacks had been completed and they were only waiting for Dong Qingyuan's order. More than 700,000 ultimate mysteries floated in the air, emitting a destructive power. Now's the time. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. The 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven opened almost at the same time. A series of deafening dragon roars took place. Following that, a destructive aura erupted between the heavens and the earth. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked and immediately looked up. They saw Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the sea lion demon king standing in the air. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations stood neatly behind the three of them. Above each incarnation's head, there was a purple gold dragon soul. In between the dragon soul's eyebrows, there was an eye that could make heaven and earth tremble. This was the Eye of Heaven. What's going on? Aren't they on Imperial Capital Mountain? Could it be? Everyone was surprised. The 3,000 purple gold dragon souls almost filled half the sky, emitting a monstrous dragon aura. And in the void under the feet of the 3,000 incarnations, there was a time array visible to the naked eye. They stood in the center of the time array, like gods descending. Not to mention the onlookers, even the death god army, beast kings and demon kings couldn't help but feel fear. This was a kind of instinctive fear. This was Qin Feiyang's current prestige. No matter how strong one was, as long as they saw him, they would instinctively feel fear. And above the 3,000 incarnations' dragon souls, ultimate mysteries were constantly being replicated. Stepping on the time array one day was equivalent to 5,000 years. This replication speed naturally couldn't be compared to before. It was just a blink of an eye. Above the 3,000 incarnations' heads, there were hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries, emitting a divine aura that made people feel fear. Kill. All of this was said to be slow, but the whole process was just a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the 3,000 incarnations roared in unison, and their killing intent shook the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color, and the void collapsed crazily, like a scene of doomsday. Rumble. Hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries were like a torrent, rushing toward Dong Hanzong and the others. Kun Peng's expression changed. The dragon god's expression changed. Dong Qingyuan's face was also pale. The inner demons and Lu Jijin's eyes flickered, and they didn't intend to resist at all. They definitely didn't want to fight with Qin Feiyang and the others. But with so many people present and Princess Yuxian personally overseeing it, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Therefore there was only one way. They were seriously injured. Only when they were seriously injured would they have a reason not to make a move. However, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. With hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries, if they just stood there and let themselves be beaten, they would definitely end up with their bodies and souls destroyed. Therefore, after pretending to be shocked, the inner demons immediately activated the momentary time, dual wills of the heavenly Tao, turned around and flew away. Yes, their shock was just an act for others to see. Because they already knew that Qin Feiyang and the others were hiding here. Since they already knew what was there to be shocked about. Therefore they still had to put on an act. In the face of such a sudden attack, if they didn't even put on an act, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Chapter 4500. The inner demons had dual wills of the heavenly Tao and were very fast. They could barely avoid the direct attack of hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries. However, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Kun Peng, the dragon god, Princess Yuxian and the others were not so lucky. Boom. As hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries arrived, the people standing in front of the entrance of the Thousand Demons Valley, whether it was Dong Qingyuan and the others, the members of the Death God Army, the Demon King, the Beast King, or the people of the 10 direct families, were drowned by the ultimate mysteries on the spot. To them this was a devastating blow. Although at this moment, in order to kill Lunatic, they had once again activated their ultimate mysteries, but they were scattered. About 120,000 strong heavenly Tao powerhouses were scattered in all directions of the Thousand Demons Valley. There were only about 10,000 people at the entrance. Of course, it definitely did not include those who were behind them. If they were included, the number would naturally be immeasurable. But don't think that just because there were more than 10,000 people, they could be underestimated. These 10,000 people all grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, and some even grasped 7 or 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. More than 10,000 people, which meant that there were 60 to 70,000 ultimate mysteries. Facing 60 to 70,000 ultimate mysteries, without the 3,000 incarnations, the all-evil sword, the Demon King true body, the universe domain, and the origin energy who could compete. So, to ordinary people this was an invincible existence. But in front of Qin Feiyang, it was far from enough. Moreover, As it was a surprise attack, there were not many who could react in time. Rumble, hundreds of thousands of ultimate intents erupted with a world-destroying divine might. The Demon King, Beast King, members of the Death God army, and the people of the 10 direct families at the entrance all died on the spot. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries. How could the mere 10,000 or so people at the entrance be able to stop them? Moreover, the barrier that the Death God army had set up to seal the Thousand Demons Valley also collapsed on the spot. So strong. The people behind who were watching the show came back to their senses and kept retreating. The Sea Lion Demon King stared at these people and said with a murderous aura, "You all better be sensible. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying all of you." This was the task given to him by Qin Feiyang, to prevent these miscellaneous people from interfering. Hearing the Sea Lion Monster King's words, whether it was the humans, the beasts, or the sea beasts, they were all terrified. At the same time, the inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at each other and slowed down, following closely. The two of them were engulfed by the terrifying battle aura. Immediately they screamed in pain as their bodies were crushed. "Damn it! Qin Feiyang, I will not let you off." The inner demons spat out some harsh words before fleeing with Lu Jijin without looking back. This way they would have a reason to avoid the battle. It's a pity that these two fellows aren't actors. The white-eyed wolf secretly gritted his teeth. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf knew that the inner demons and Lu Jijin were faking it. However, the Sea Lion Demon King didn't know, because he still didn't know the relationship between the inner demons and Qin Feiyang and the others. Seeing that the inner demons and Lu Jijin were seriously injured and their bodies were crushed, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. These two were the strongest existences in the Central Dynasty. Their bodies were crushed, which was undoubtedly a great loss for the Central Dynasty. And for them, there were two less powerful enemies for the time being. "Let's go. Let's meet up with senior brother." Qin Feiyang glanced at the people behind who were watching the fun. These people were tactful and didn't come to cause trouble for him. Then he activated the momentary time and the dual will of the heavenly Tao, bringing the white-eyed wolf and the Sea Lion Monster King toward the Myriad Demons Valley. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked down and saw several figures walking out of the dust. It was the Moon Immortal Princess, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God. They were also in a sorry state with bloodstains all over their bodies. However, they didn't suffer any fatal injuries. This was because there was a barrier around them that was emitting a 5-colored divine light. This barrier was protecting them. This barrier was formed from the condensed power of the origin source. This woman indeed has the origin energy in her hands. The white-eyed wolf's eyes darkened. "You guys really don't know what's good for you." Another bone-chilling voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others followed the voice and saw Dong Hanzong walking out of the dust. There was also a domain around him. Obviously. Previously, he had activated the Qian Kuan domain in the invincible body. "You actually have the origin energy? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have run. Our bodies wouldn't have been destroyed by them." Seeing the Moon Immortal Princess and the others walking out safely, the inner demons and Lu Jijin were stunned. Then the inner demons glared at the Moon Immortal Princess and roared in dissatisfaction. Obviously, the inner demons and the others didn't know that the Moon Immortal Princess had the origin energy in her hands. "Who told you to run? You deserve it." The Moon Immortal Princess rolled her eyes. Although she was very annoyed by her inner demon's attitude, she did not suspect the two of them. These people are really lucky. They didn't die even after that. Looking at them, the white-eyed wolf was a little angry. "Ignore them." Qin Feiyang didn't stop and continued to rush towards the Myriad Demons Valley. "You guys are really strong. In just an instant, you caused the Central Dynasty to suffer heavy losses and even tricked my father back to the Imperial Capital Mountain. But if you think you can save the madman like this, you are gravely mistaken. Today is the day you die." The Moon Immortal Princess's eyes flashed with cold light. The barrier around her collapsed and turned into a terrifying origin energy that surged into the sky. Firstly, it was to stop Qin Feiyang and the others from meeting up with the madman. Secondly, it was to kill a few people. Naturally, she had full confidence in the origin energy. "Damn woman, you are really courting death." Looking at this scene, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom. At the same time, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God all attacked. Various ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the Dragon God and Kunpeng summoned their pinnacle dominator divine weapons. They instantly awakened and burst out with destructive power. Especially Dong Hanzong. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The sealed God domain, God-slaying domain, clear heaven domain, and undying domain were all activated at the same time. Now, he was almost invincible. Moreover, the clear heaven domain gave him 2 wills of the great path. Today the myriad demons valley will be your burial ground. He let out a ferocious roar as he raised his hand and waved it fiercely. An invisible force instantly rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2 like a tide. This was the power of the sealed God domain. Once submerged by this force, Qin Feiyang and the others' power, divine power, and law energy would be sealed. As a result, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to use it. 2 bosses quickly think of a way. The Sea Lion Beast King was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul could restrain Dong Hanzong's domain. Qin Feiyang's strength was enough to crush Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God, including the 2 Pinnacle Dominator divine weapons. However, even if they risked their lives, they would not be able to block the origin energy of the Moon Immortal Princess. Why are you panicking? They have helped, so do we. The White-Eyed Wolf shouted coldly and transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, it's time to let them out. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 4501. Of course he was referring to the demon ancestor, Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, and Lin Yi. As for Mu Qing, although his omniscient eye had the power of omniscient, it didn't have much use in battle. So, he only needed to help monitor the Emperor's movements in the Black Tortoise realm. Don't think that his role in the Black Tortoise realm was not significant. On the contrary, he was the key to victory or defeat. Because the enemy's every move was under his surveillance. Swish. With Qin Feiyang's thought, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Lin Yi, and the demon ancestor appeared beside the 3. Yi, it's up to you, Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, and the Eye of Oblivion opened instantly, locking onto Dong Hanzong, Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God. The Eye of Oblivion suddenly displayed a heaven-defying power. The minds of the 5 people instantly went blank. Their memories were forcibly deprived. You are all my servants. Immediately withdraw your origin power, ultimate meaning, and sovereign divine weapon. Lin Yi said. Her words were the law. Princess Moon Fairy and the other 4 immediately withdrew their ultimate meaning, origin power, and sovereign divine weapon. What's going on? Just by looking at Dong Hanzong and the others, she can control their minds? In the distance, the eyes of the onlookers were full of disbelief. What the hell is this? It's too terrifying. The Eye of Oblivion is really powerful. Lu Jiajin chuckled. I didn't expect this girl to become an existence that can threaten the central dynasty. No. It shouldn't be said that she is a threat. It should be an extreme threat. The inner demons looked at Lin Yi and couldn't help but recall the scene when she was controlled by the demon ancestor, lost her memory and fought with them in the past. At that time, Lin Yi wasn't a big shot at all, and she wasn't very strong. The demon ancestor controlled her because of her value and importance in Qin Feiyang's heart. But who would have thought? After so many years, how did this weak girl become a threat to the central dynasty? Although she had yet to fully integrate the inheritance of the ultimate profundity and grasp the will of the great path, no one dared to underestimate her with just the Eye of Oblivion. Go. Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang swept them up and flew over the Moon Fairy Princess and the others, directly entering the sky above the myriad demons valley. The White-Eyed Wolf asked in confusion, Little Yi, why don't you let the Moon Fairy Princess give all of her origin energy to us? In that case they would have an absolute chance of winning. I haven't grasped the will of the heavenly Tao yet, so I can't control her for long. Doing this is taking a risk. Because it's very likely that she has already broken free from the control of the Eye of Oblivion before the origin energy is delivered to us. Lin Yi transmitted her voice. The best proof of that was when Zhang Xian managed to subdue the old man on the floating island. With Lin Yi's current cultivation, it was still a little difficult to control the powerhouse of heaven's will. Sure enough, the moment Qin Feiyang and the others entered the myriad demons valley, the Moon Fairy Princess and the others suddenly recovered their memories and consciousness. This is the Eye of Oblivion. They were shocked to the extreme. What a pity. If this girl has the will of the heavenly Tao and can control it for a longer time, she might be able to obtain the origin energy in the hands of the Moon Fairy Princess. Lu Jiajin shook his head with some regret. Don't worry. The appearance of the demon ancestor and the others means that the show has just begun. The inner demon snickered. Not good. They have entered the Myriad Demons Valley. Kunpeng came back to his senses and looked at the sky above the Myriad Demons Valley. His expression suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, these people broke through their blockade and successfully entered the Myriad Demons Valley. Eye of Oblivion, this was another existence that posed a great threat to them. Don't even think about it. The Moon Fairy Princess shouted coldly. The retracted origin energy immediately turned into a 3-foot-long sword, tore through the sky, and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Do you think I don't exist? Mu Tianyang suddenly turned around and activated the Eye of Evil. The Moon Fairy Princess' 7 emotions and 6 desires were instantly ignited. Her entire person directly entered a state of madness, as if she was possessed. As she waved her hand, the 3-foot-long sword formed by the origin energy immediately turned in the air and charged towards Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God. Your Highness, what are you doing? Wake up. Don't be controlled by the Eye of Despair. The 4 of them suddenly changed their expressions. Seeing that the Moon Fairy Princess had no intention of waking up, and instead revealed a ferocious look, they quickly turned around and fled. Even Dong Hanzong, who had an invincible body and the undying domain, did not dare to face the origin energy head-on. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others rushed to the madman's side. At this moment, the void around the madman was filled with the evil energy of the Myriad Demons Valley. Moreover, because the evil energy of the entire Myriad Demons Valley was rushing towards the madman at this moment, the evil energy here had far exceeded the original Myriad Demons Valley. Even Qin Feiyang in an instant felt that the power of law, power, divine soul, divine power, and so on in his body were being eroded crazily. According to his inference, now he could only stay by the madman's side for 10 breaths at most. Once 10 breaths were up, he would die without a doubt. One must know. In the original Myriad Demons Valley he could stay for about half an hour. But now he could only stay by the madman's side for 10 breaths. One could imagine how terrifying was the evil energy around the madman now. I knew that you must be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. The madman bared his teeth. The white-eyed wolf said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and go to the Black Tortoise world." No matter how terrifying the evil energy was, he was not afraid. But Qin Feiyang, Sea Lion Demon King, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang could not resist the erosion of these evil energy. Especially Lin Yi. She had not mastered the will of heavenly Tao yet. The current her was almost at her limit. What? Go to the Black Tortoise world? Don't joke around, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. If you go to the Black Tortoise world to transcend the tribulation, won't the Black Tortoise world suffer? No. No matter what, we can't implicate the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. The madman shook his head. The creatures of the Black Tortoise world were Qin Feiyang's treasures. And once, because of the selfless blood of these creatures, they had helped them through many crises and calamities. So, not only Qin Feiyang but the madman also had a lot of feelings for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Don't worry. What you can think of, that kid has already thought of it. He has already vacated the western and northern regions for you to transcend the tribulation. The white-eyed wolf said. Specifically vacated the western and northern regions for me to transcend the tribulation? The madman was taken aback. His heart was suddenly moved. Although this kid was usually a bit overbearing, no one was more reliable than him at critical moments. Go quickly. Hurry up and transcend the tribulation. If we can't break out of the encirclement, we will inevitably face a fierce battle later. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent the madman to the Black Tortoise world. The tribulation clouds and the roaring thunder in the sky also disappeared. Brother Wolf, help me. At this time, Lin Yi's cry for help also sounded. The white-eyed wolf looked at Lin Yi, and his face changed drastically. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot as if she was possessed by the devil, but her face was pale. Even her life aura was dissipating rapidly. Obviously, she could no longer resist the erosion of the evil energy. Chapter 4502. The evil forces here can't be devoured completely. I have to leave it for the little madman. After the little madman transcends the tribulation, he will definitely need it. The white-eyed wolf murmured. No. We can't leave it here because they already know that senior brother can absorb these evil forces and can increase the power of the all-evil sword. So, when the time comes, they will definitely transfer the evil forces here or destroy them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Makes sense. Okay, I'll devour them all. The white-eyed wolf laughed. It's a waste for you to devour them. Instead of letting you devour them, it's better to transfer all the evil forces here to the Black Tortoise realm so that senior brother can absorb them while transcending the tribulation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Transfer? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. With so many evil forces and so many enemies, how could it be done in a short time? I'll leave it to you guys. Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. We'll do our best. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Xingyang again. Dong Xingyang smiled and said, I've already seen our destiny. Let's do it. As soon as this sentence came out, Qin Feiyang and the others were immediately energized. Although Dong Xingyang didn't say it explicitly, the words let's do it were enough to show that they wouldn't die here. In short, as long as they listened to Dong Xingyang's arrangements, they would be fine. Because he had the eye of destiny, he already knew the outcome. All of you come closer. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, Lin Yi, Dong Xingyang, the demon ancestor, and Mu Tianyang. The five stretched out their hands and placed them on the white-eyed wolf's shoulders. Immediately, the evil forces in their bodies were frantically absorbed by the white-eyed wolf. Simultaneously, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Thousand Devil Valley's nefarious energy surged out from all directions, entering the Black Tortoise world through his forehead. Black Tortoise world. At the border between the western and northern regions. The sky. Tribulation clouds surged as blood lightning roared. I can finally transcend the tribulation in peace. Just you wait. Once I succeed in my tribulation, I'll slaughter all of you. The madman laughed as he faced the heavenly tribulation. But at this moment, suddenly, a large amount of evil energy appeared in the void. Madman was stunned. Isn't this the evil power of the Myriad Demons Valley? Because he had stayed in the Myriad Devils Valley for so many years, he was very familiar with the evil power of the Myriad Devils Valley. What's going on? Why would the Thousand Devils Valley's evil forces invade the Black Tortoise world? Could it be, was old Qin helping him transfer these evil forces? But the situation outside was so critical, how could they still do such a thing? He really did need this evil power. But they couldn't risk their lives just because he needed them. Old Qin, don't stay in Myriad Demons Valley any longer. Hurry up and leave. The madman transmitted his voice. I've already obtained Dong Xingyang's permission. You can transcend the tribulation without worry. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the void. Dong Xingyang's permission, the madman muttered. Then, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Since he had already obtained Dong Xingyang's permission, then the problem wasn't big. Thank you for your kindness. I'll accept it. The madman laughed as he went all out. While absorbing the evil energy, he held the all-evil sword in his hand and fought against the heavenly tribulation. Brat was wise. The aura of the heavenly tribulation and the all-evil sword were too strong. Every time they collided, a destructive shockwave would be born. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the western and northern regions were almost destroyed. Fortunately, the current Black Tortoise world has grown a lot and is bigger than before. As long as we use the origin power to block it, we can block the fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation and won't endanger the eastern, southern, central, and Devil's Land. Otherwise, the disaster caused by the last tribulation will happen again. Brat stood in the sky above the Devil's Land, looking at the madman in the image in front of him, and said happily. And the fire lotus beside him nodded. Outside. Your Highness, wake up. If you don't wake up, we will all die in your hands. Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, Kun Peng, and the dragon god shouted crazily as they fled for their lives. At this moment, they didn't have the demeanor of a big shot at all. They were like a few mice fleeing in all directions. However, Princess Yuxian acted as if she didn't hear it, and her expression became even more ferocious. His originally clear eyes were now dyed red with blood, looking extremely terrifying. Interesting. If this woman really kills Dong Hanzong and the others, I wonder what expression the emperor will have? The inner demon snickered. Impossible. Although Mu Tianyang has already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, he can't control her for long. Lu Jiajin shook his head. It was true. As soon as Lu Jiajin finished speaking, Princess Yuxian suddenly quivered, and the blood in her eyes quickly receded, leaving behind a trace of confusion. Your Highness, you're finally awake. Quickly withdraw your origin force. Dong Qingyuan exclaimed happily. Princess Yuxian looked in the direction of the voice, and when she saw the origin force crazily attacking Dong Qingyuan and the others, her expression changed greatly. She quickly waved her hand, and the long sword formed by the origin force steadily stopped in front of them. If she was a step late, they might have lost their lives. What's going on with me? Why would I attack the people around me? Princess Yuxian murmured. Suddenly, she recalled that before she lost her mind, there was a man who seemed to have opened an eye. Whoosh. She immediately looked at the sky above the Thousand Demons Valley, and her gaze directly locked onto Mu Tianyang. When she saw the Eye of Despair again, her emotions that had been stabilized with great difficulty almost lost control again. It's you. A wave of anger rose within him. First, it was the Eye of Oblivion, and now it was the Eye of Despair. Over and over again. It was simply unforgivable. Kill them for me. Following her cold shout, it resounded in all directions. Rumble. Immediately, the Beast Kings, Monster Kings, and members of the Death God army that surrounded the Thousand Demons Valley all exuded a shocking murderous aura. In the next moment, the ultimate profound that had been brewing for a long time suddenly moved, attacking Qin Feiyang and the others from all directions. If you want to kill us, you can't do it without the origin force. Qin Feiyang whispered. The 3,000 incarnations activated, and the purple gold dragon soul appeared. The Eye of Heaven was instantly opened. At the same time, a time array appeared under the feet of the 3,000 incarnations. Copy all of them for me. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. With the eruption of the Eye of Heaven, pieces of ultimate profound continued to appear, and with the support of the time law under the feet, the Eye of Heaven copied all of the ultimate profound in just a few breaths. The previous Eye of Heaven did indeed have its drawbacks. If it was in the past, it would take a long time to copy so many ultimate profound. But now, Qin Feiyang grasped the time array for 1 day and 5,000 years. It was even better for him to make up for this flaw. Could be said that. Now, even if there were millions of ultimate profound, he could copy them all in a short time with the help of the time array. Are the 10 strongest fighting souls all so heaven-defying? Princess Moon Fairy murmured. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Despair, and now the Eye of Heaven. Without the origin force, the strength of these few people would be enough to contend with the entire Death God army. Why didn't I think of this before? Little Qin Zi can use the time array to speed up the replication of the Eye of Heaven. Then can't my fighting soul do the same? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes shining. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. If he could really use the time array to speed up the replication of his fighting soul, then wouldn't his combat strength be more terrifying than little Qin Zi's? This was because the special abilities of his fighting soul were the most deadly. Deprive the fighting soul, cultivation, and laws. As long as it succeeded, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would become useless. There was also little Crazy's Blood Eye. The petrification speed of the Blood Eye was also relatively slow. If the little madman could also borrow the power of the time formation to speed up the petrification process, then with their combined power, as well as Long Qin, the Devil Ancestor, and Mu Tianyang, they really might be able to contend against the Central Dynasty. Chapter 4503. Boom. The ultimates from both sides finally collided. In total, there were more than 1 million ultimates. What kind of scene was this? How terrifying was this? Your Highness, quickly use your origin energy to seal the Thousand Demons Valley. Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. If such a terrifying collision was not sealed, it would probably affect millions of miles away and cause countless casualties. If the Central Dynasty was covered in corpses and rivers of blood just to eliminate Qin Feiyang and the others, it would not be worth it. It would be best if the Central Dynasty could kill these people without sacrificing anything. But he had never thought that there would be such an easy thing in the world. There was a saying that only with effort could there be gains. In war, this saying could also be used. Only with sacrifice could there be victory. How could it be possible to eliminate the enemy without sacrificing a single soldier? I don't have enough origin energy to seal the Thousand Demons Valley, Princess Yuxian said. Dong Qingyuan's expression froze. Although he was the Emperor's confidant, he did not know how much origin energy the Emperor and Princess Yuxian had. What should he do now? Did he really have to sacrifice those innocent lives to kill these people? Rumble. Crack. The shockwaves of the battle erupted like a tsunami, surging in all directions. Wherever it went, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. Before, Lunatic's confrontation with the heavenly tribulation and the ultimates did not endanger the creatures outside the Thousand Demons Valley. This was because there were 120,000 Will of Heaven powerhouses sealing the shockwaves of the battle. Moreover, now that more than 1 million ultimates were colliding, the destructive shockwaves had far surpassed Lunatic's. Therefore, if he wanted to seal the shockwaves of the battle, he had to have enough origin energy. There was no other way. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Let's see if you have the right to join in the fun. The Kunpeng turned its head to look at the sea of people behind it and roared. The humans, ferocious beasts, and sea beasts that came to join in the fun were all scared silly. Hearing the Kunpeng's roar, they could not help but shudder and turn around to escape. They used all kinds of methods. Some opened space-time teleportation channels. Some opened teleportation divine artifacts. There were also people who activated the instant time as if they were fleeing for their lives. Everyone listen up. Try your best to block the shockwaves from the battle. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Princess Yuxian slightly frowned. She swept her gaze in every direction of Myriad Devil Valley and shouted, "Everyone listen up. Try your best to block the fluctuations of the battle." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of heavenly laws appeared and gathered in the sky, forming a barrier that was as tall as the sky. In the meantime, Princess Yuxian also waved her hand, and a wave of origin energy appeared, sealing the barrier in front of the entrance. The origin energy she possessed was only enough to seal off this direction. Rumble. Waves of battle surged out. The barrier formed by the origin energy was not affected at all. But, in the other directions, the barriers formed by the Monster Kings, Beast Kings, and members of the Death God army were not as tough. With the surging of the battle, the barrier immediately began to distort and deform, as if it could shatter at any time. No. This has already far exceeded their limits. Even if they put their lives on the line, they won't be able to hold on for long. Princess Yuxian saw this scene with her own eyes, and she was extremely worried. If this continued, the barrier would break, and the people in Myriad Devil Valley would be plunged into misery and suffering. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the fleeing people and shouted, "When you go back, tell the city lords in this area to evacuate immediately with the people in the city. The further the better." Yes. Although they were all responding, they did not turn their heads. Because they did not dare to turn their heads. They were afraid that if they turned their heads, they would be delayed for a moment and lose their lives here. Qin Feiyang and the others saw all of this, but they did not take it to heart. It did not matter to them whether the people in the Central Dynasty lived or died. In fact, if the Central Dynasty really fell into a bloodbath, it would be a good thing for them. It was not because they were heartless, nor was it because they were indifferent. Because the people in the Central Dynasty, whether they were direct descendants, or collateral descendants, they were all the emperor's descendants. The beasts and sea beasts here also served the emperor as their master. In other words, their deaths were not to be regretted. More than 1,000,000 ultimates, they were almost evenly matched. Even if there was a gap, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Princess Yuxian and the others, they could easily make up for it with their powerful strength. And the evil power in Myriad Devil Valley had already been transferred. Transferring and absorbing were two different concepts. No matter how fast the absorption was, it still needed a process. But transferring was a large-scale transfer, so it did not need much time. As long as they transferred all the evil power here to the Black Tortoise realm, they could begin to think of a way to break out. "I promise, no, I swear that today you will all die here." Princess Yuxian stared at Qin Feiyang and the others, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "Is that so? You want to protect the people in the Central Dynasty? Then we will kill them. I want to see how you will let us die here today." White-eyed Wolf cackled and turned to the demon ancestor. "It's your turn. Let her experience the taste of despair." The demon ancestor smiled. The eye of despair opened. When the eye of despair locked onto them, Princess Yuxian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the dragon god immediately fell into the abyss of despair, unable to extricate themselves. As Princess Yuxian fell into despair, the origin energy she controlled lost its balance. The barrier formed by the origin energy collapsed with a loud bang. Following the collapse of the barrier, the terrifying shockwaves from the battle poured out from the entrance like a torrent that had been opened. The first to bear the brunt was Dong Hanzong and the others. They were all sent flying, blood gushing out of their bodies. Because now they did not have the protection of the origin energy. The only one who was unharmed was Dong Hanzong. Although he had also fallen into despair, his Chen Kuan domain did not disappear. With the invincible body, he would be invincible for an hour. Even Dong Qingyuan and the others were in mortal danger, let alone the other living beings. Those who had grasped the law of spacetime, had the spacetime teleportation artifact, and had the instant time were relatively lucky. Because now they had successfully escaped from Myriad Devil Valley. But those who did not have these means were about to face a disaster. Mountains collapsed crazily one after another. The void and the firmament were sinking as if the end of the world had arrived. and those who fled, without exception, were all destroyed along with the collapsing mountains. The void and the firmament were splattered with blood on the spot. More than 1,000,000 ultimate laws that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. It was not an exaggeration to say that the shockwaves of the battle at this level could destroy the world. Therefore, how could these people contend against him? For a time, it was as if this place had become hell on earth. Miserable wails and roars of despair rang out incessantly. The collapsing world was dyed red. It was a ghastly sight. Even from afar he could feel the tragic atmosphere and smell the pungent smell of blood. Chapter 4504. At the same time, Dong Qingyuan, Princess Yuxian, Kunpeng and Dragon God, who were controlled by the Eye of Despair, were also in danger. Despair? I'm not Princess Yuxian who was born to get whatever she wanted. I'm also not someone like Dong Qingyuan who has always been valued and trusted by the Emperor. I, Dong Hanzong, I relied on my own efforts and perseverance to get to where I am today. I've experienced too much despair in my life, so you want to use the Eye of Despair to control me? Dream on. Dong Hanzong roared, his hair standing on end. He finally got rid of the Eye of Despair. He quickly stabilized himself in the void, using his invincible body to display his heaven-defying power. No matter how terrifying the battle was, he was not affected at all. But suddenly, he thought of someone. A woman he had admired for a long time, a woman who could make him a meteoric rise. It was Princess Yuxian. He turned to look at Princess Yuxian and found that she had not gotten rid of the Eye of Despair. She was indeed a person who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Without any experience, it was difficult for her to break free from the abyss of despair. He looked at Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng and Dragon God. His eyes flickered. If Dong Qingyuan died here, then he, as the Deputy Legion Commander, would definitely be promoted to the new Legion Commander of the Death God Legion. If Kunpeng and Dragon God died here, then he would have the opportunity to control Kunpeng Sea Region and Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Kunpeng Sea Region and Sky Dragon Mountain Range were not to be underestimated. When he controlled the Death God Legion, Kunpeng Sea Region and Sky Dragon Mountain Range, then he would be the Emperor of the Central Dynasty. As expected, Dong Hanzong's ambition was not only to be the Deputy Legion Commander of the Death God Legion. His goal was the Central Dynasty. No, the entire Divine Kingdom, second only to the Emperor. Of course, it was not that Dong Hanzong did not want to be the Emperor of the Central Dynasty. If possible, he would rather get rid of the Emperor and replace him. But there were some things that he had to consider. The Emperor was the son of the Divine Kingdom's sovereign. With this relationship, he did not dare to do anything to the Emperor. No matter how strong he was not as strong as the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom. So, his highest goal now was to replace Dong Qingyuan. In order to replace him, Dong Qingyuan had to disappear. How could he inform Dong Qingyuan? Now was without a doubt the best opportunity. It caused Dong Qingyuan to be dominated by the Eye of Despair, and in the end he was killed by the shockwaves of the battle. Similarly, if he wanted to climb to a higher position, he needed a shortcut. This shortcut was the Moon Immortal Princess. As long as he could get this woman, he would be the son-in-law of the Emperor and the grandson-in-law of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. With this relationship, who would be able to shake his position in the Central Dynasty? And now it was an excellent opportunity. He was decisive. He took a step forward and flew towards Princess Yuxian. Although this Dong Hanzong is not very smart, his strong willpower is truly rare in this world. The fiend ancestor muttered. He had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Even so, Dong Hanzong was still able to easily break free from the Eye of Despair's control. This could only mean one thing. His willpower and perseverance far exceeded that of ordinary people. He's actually not stupid. It's just that we're better at scheming than him, so we made him seem a little slow. If it was someone else, with his scheming and shrewdness, he would have died many times over. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He still wanted to recruit Dong Hanzong for his own use. If he could recruit this person, his chances of winning against the Central Dynasty would be much higher. Could be said that, as long as there was no origin energy, they would not be afraid of all the living beings in the Central Dynasty. Your Highness. Dong Hanzong caught up with Princess Yuxian at lightning speed and shouted, "Wake up!" His voice was as loud as a bell, and it entered Princess Yuxian's ears. Princess Yuxian immediately quivered and finally climbed out of the abyss of despair. At this moment, she could not help but panic in the depths of her heart. This was because if Dong Hanzong had not woken her up, she would probably have died here today. Your Highness, are you all right? Dong Hanzong asked with concern. His hands were still wrapped around Princess Yuxian's slender waist, looking quite intimate. Princess Yuxian came back to her senses and noticed Dong Hanzong's hands. She could not help but blush and quickly pushed him away. Then she hurriedly controlled her origin energy to form a barrier, isolating them from the battle. Dong Hanzong was extremely displeased by her actions. I saved you after all. You don't even have a word of thanks? If it were not for your identity and value, would I be so kind as to save you? Princess Yuxian did not feel Dong Hanzong's malice at all. She looked at Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng and the Dragon God. Seeing that the three of them were still controlled by the eyes of despair, she hurriedly said, "Wake them up." "Okay, I'll try." Dong Hanzong nodded and rushed toward Dong Qingyuan and the other two. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. As long as he got close to Dong Qingyuan and the other two, even if Princess Yuxian was present, he would be able to seize the opportunity to kill them. Princess Yuxian seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly turned around and looked at the void behind her. Her face turned pale immediately, and a monstrous killing intent surged out from her body. Behind them, the mountains, the earth, the void, and the sky were all collapsing crazily. The fluctuations of the battle were like a torrent, destroying everything in its path. In fact, this included those who did not escape. All of them were dead. "I'm going to kill you, suddenly. She turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with a bone-chilling gaze. "It seems that you have also experienced this feeling. But what about you? How did you massacre the Sky Cloud realm back then?" "Countless creatures died tragically. A complete continent was forcibly torn into 4 pieces by you. Especially the Nether King's Hell. Not only did the entire Blood Demon clan die in battle, but the original creatures of the Nether King's Hell were also almost wiped out. Even if all of you die here, the damage you caused to the Sky Cloud realm and the Nether King's Hell will be unforgivable." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "I've heard about the Sky Cloud realm from my father. The ones who invaded the Sky Cloud realm were the Human Clan, the Deity Clan, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan from the 4 great continents. What does that have to do with the Central Dynasty?" Princess Yuxian said angrily. "Haha, are you joking? Without your father's order, without the order of your grandfather, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, the 3 races would invade the Sky Cloud realm." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Princess Moon Fairy fell silent. "Not to mention anything else, just the door to the Divine Kingdom that leads to the Sky Cloud realm can only be opened by you, the grandfather of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Now you still dare to say that it has nothing to do with the Central Dynasty?" The white-eyed wolf shouted angrily. Princess Moon Fairy frowned. She didn't know these things at all. Even if she knew some of the situation, it was only superficial. But there was one thing she knew. This was also the idea that the Emperor and the ruler of the Divine Kingdom had instilled in her since she was young. The strong were respected. Since the Sky Cloud realm was inferior to the Divine Kingdom, the Sky Cloud realm should naturally submit to the Divine Kingdom. At this time, Dong Hanzong had already rushed in front of Dong Qingyuan and grabbed his arm. Looking at the Princess Moon Fairy and the white-eyed wolf arguing, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Dong Qingyuan. However, at this time, eyes of despair break for this sovereign. Accompanied by a roar, Dong Qingyuan woke up. This sudden roar startled Dong Hanzong. Chapter 4505. In his heart he started to panic. Dong Qingyuan didn't feel his killing intent, right? It was very clear. Although Dong Qingyuan's strength was not as good as his, it was too easy for him to kill him with Dong Qingyuan's identity and status in the Central Dynasty. Therefore he was a little scared. If Dong Qingyuan sensed his killing intent, he would be in deep trouble. Dong Qingyuan was completely awake, and his back could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had not woken up in time, he would have been doomed. The Eye of Despair, the strongest battle soul in the world, was indeed extraordinary. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. "Teacher, are you okay?" Dong Hanzong asked with concern. Looking at Dong Qingyuan's appearance, it seemed that he did not feel his killing intent. "I'm fine." Dong Qingyuan waved his hand. The law of life was activated, and the injuries on his body were immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's good that you're fine. I just woke up the Moon Fairy Princess and was about to wake you, Kunpeng and the Dragon God, but I didn't expect you to break the illusion of despair yourself. Teacher is indeed worthy of being my teacher." Dong Hanzong laughed. It seemed that it was full of admiration, respect, and concern for Dong Qingyuan. "The Eye of Despair can control me for a while, but it can't control me forever. Dong Qingyuan smiled contemptuously. At this moment, the dragon god and Kunpeng also broke free from the shackles of despair and woke up. What a terrifying eye of despair. The two looked at the demon ancestor, their eyes filled with horror. It was their first time facing the eye of despair. They had only heard rumors before. Now, after experiencing it personally, it turned out to be even more terrifying than the rumors. Suddenly, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the dragon god turned their heads to look at the earth behind them. The earth sank and the mountains collapsed. The void was like a broken mirror, filled with a bloody smell that could not be dispersed. What's going on? Kunpeng looked at Dong Hanzong and asked. The demon ancestor used the Eye of Despair to control Princess Yuxian, causing the barrier formed by the origin energy to go out of control. The shockwaves of the battle rushed out and destroyed the mountains and rivers in this area. Those who didn't escape all died here. Dong Hanzong said gloomily. That damned bastard. The Kunpeng, Dong Qingyuan, and the dragon god immediately looked at the demon ancestor, their eyes filled with hatred. When you massacred our Sky Cloud realm and Nether King's hell, why didn't you show any mercy? Right now we are merely returning an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The demon ancestor said indifferently. How can a mere Sky Cloud realm compare to my divine kingdom? Besides, the people of the Central Dynasty are all my clansmen. Even if it's just our collateral clansmen, it's still nobler than the humans of the Sky Cloud realm. Princess Yuxian said. Her eyebrows were filled with pride. We're all humans. I don't know, what are you so proud of? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Shut up. You're just a beast. What right do you have to interrupt? Princess Yuxian coldly shouted. Arrogant and overbearing. Beast? White-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. She actually dared to humiliate him like this. This stinking woman really didn't know what was good for her. You want to slaughter my Central Dynasty? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. Now, I don't care whether they live or die. Prepare to accept the judgment of the Grim Reaper. Princess Yuxian was as cold as ice. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the origin energy in front of her suddenly turned into a wave and rolled toward Qin Feiyang and the others. That's right. She had already decided to give it a try. If she continued to be timid, not only would she not be able to kill them, she might even give them a chance to escape. Rather than that, she might as well let go of all her worries and fight with all her might. As long as she could kill these people, even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would be worth it. You should have done this earlier. Dong Hanzong muttered. If he had the origin energy in his hand, he would have already used all his strength. Why would he care about the lives of these ants? Compared to Qin Feiyang and the others, not to mention the collateral clansmen, sea beasts and fierce beasts, even the direct clansmen, even if they all died tragically here, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone listen to my order. Don't use the ultimate profound. Just surround the myriad demons valley and don't give him a chance to replicate. Dong Hanzong immediately gave the order. His voice was like a bell resounding in all directions. At first, the members of the Death God army surrounding the myriad demons valley, the Beast Kings and the Monster Kings were ready to organize the third round of attacks. But when they heard Dong Qingyuan's order, they couldn't help but shudder and immediately disperse the power of law. Indeed, the ultimate profound was useless against Qin Feiyang. No matter how many they activated, as long as Qin Feiyang had enough time, he could replicate them all. The only thing they could do was to fully seal the myriad demons valley and not give them a chance to escape. The rest would be left to Princess Yuxian, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, the dragon god, and Dong Hanzong. This woman is a bit of a hindrance. In the distance, the inner demons frowned. There's nothing we can do about it. She has the ultimate profound. Even if all of us join forces, we're still not her match. Now, if we don't take action, it's equivalent to giving our little cousin the greatest help. Next, it's up to their own ability. Lu Jijin's eyes flickered. At the same time, the faces of Qin Feiyang and the others were also extremely solemn. They didn't expect Princess Yuxian to be so crazy. Originally, according to the previous situation, they were basically guaranteed to win, because they could attack without any hesitation. On the contrary, Princess Yuxian and the others couldn't, because they had to protect the living beings of the Central Dynasty. These living beings would undoubtedly become their greatest burden. And because they had to protect these living beings, their hands and feet would become tied. But unexpectedly, Princess Yuxian didn't care about the life and death of these living beings. Even if countless living beings had to be sacrificed, they had to kill them. In this way, they immediately went from being in an active situation to being passive. Although Princess Yuxian's ultimate profound was not as much as the Emperor, this ultimate profound was enough to kill them. At the same time, most of the evil power in the Myriad Demons Valley had been transferred. There was only about 1/3 left. However, even this 1/3 was extremely terrifying. It was estimated that it could increase the strength of the madman's myriad demons sword to the extent of destroying tens of thousands of ultimate profound. Dong Xingyang. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Dong Xingyang with a questioning look in his eyes. 10 breaths. At most 10 breaths we have to leave. Otherwise we might not be able to leave, Dong Xingyang said. 10 breaths. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he swept his gaze towards the remaining evil power in the Myriad Demons Valley. 10 breaths of time should be enough to transfer them all. But, under Princess Yuxian's ultimate profound, could they hold on for 10 breaths of time? This was really an unknown. However, since Dong Xingyang said so, then 10 breaths of time would definitely not be a problem. He made a prompt decision. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf, Demon Ancestor, Sea Lion Demon King, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang and said in a deep voice, "All of you activate your ultimate profound." Boom. Ultimate profound appeared one after another. The white-eyed wolf and Sea Lion Demon King each had 7. Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang each had 6. And Qin Feiyang himself now also had 7 ultimate profound, as well as the ultimate profound of the law of life and death. In other words, now Qin Feiyang and the others added together had a total of 40 ultimate profound. Once all 3,000 incarnations were replicated, there would be as many as 120,000 ultimate profound. Moreover, these 120,000 ultimate profound all had the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang's 24,000 ultimate profound all had the will of the heavenly Tao. One could imagine. How terrifying would these 120,000 ultimate profound be? Kill. When the 3,000 incarnations were replicated, they immediately roared in unison and charged towards the ultimate profound origin. Overestimating yourself. Princess Yuxian sneered. With a loud bang, a scene that made one despair appeared. The 120,000 ultimate profound that contained the will of the heavenly Tao were simply unable to block the ultimate profound. In just 2 breaths of time, all of them were destroyed by the ultimate profound. Destructive fluctuations swept in all directions. The demon kings, beast kings, and members of the death god army that sealed the Thousand Devil Valley retreated again and again. Just how strong is this source energy? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Logically speaking, no matter how strong the ultimate profound was, there should be a limit to it. But now, so many ultimate profound were actually unable to contend against the ultimate profound in Princess Yuxian's hands. However, there was no time for them to think too much. The torrent created by the origin energy forcefully crushed 120,000 ultimate Upanishads as it stormed toward them. Demon Ancestor Mu Tianyang, the white-eyed wolf shouted. Boom. The Eye of Despair, the Eye of Evil, and the Eye of Oblivion were all activated in an instant. Do you think it's still useful? Princess Yuxian smiled contemptuously. A terrifying aura suddenly rushed out from her chest. Along with the emergence of this aura, a crescent-shaped jade pendant floated out from her neck. It shone with divine light and was dazzling. This aura. Qin Feiyang and the others stared at the jade pendant with a trace of horror in their eyes. This was because the aura emitted by this jade pendant was not the Princess Yuxian's aura, nor the Emperor's aura, nor was it the ultimate profound. It was the aura of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Moreover, this aura contained the power of the law of death. Qin Feiyang still remembered that when he was in the Nether King's hell, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom had activated an unknown law of death, which made him lose the courage to fight. And now, the Princess Yuxian's jade pendant had the aura of this unknown law of death. Death Domain Absolute Defense. As soon as the Princess Yuxian spoke, the jade pendant shone with divine light. A large barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the Princess Yuxian. You guys come in too. She looked at Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Koan Peng, and the Dragon God and said. Hearing this, the 4 of them quickly turned around and rushed into the Death Domain. As soon as they entered the Death Domain, they could clearly feel that the effects of the Eye of Despair, the Eye of Oblivion, and the Eye of Evil disappeared instantly. What is this? They were all bewildered by the jade pendant and the domain of death. Obviously, they did not know that the Princess Yuxian had such a technique. At the same time, the inner demons and Lu Jiejin frowned in the distance. Death Domain? Absolute Defense? Why hadn't they heard of it before? This damned woman sure hit it well. Chapter 4506. How could this be? Demon Ancestor Lin Yi and Mu Tianyang looked at this scene in disbelief. The invincible Eye of Oblivion, Eye of Despair, and Eye of Evil had lost their effect at this moment. Death Domain, what the hell is that? It can actually block the control and domination of the strongest battle soul? The 3 battle souls have lost their effect. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and Eye of Heaven are no match for my origin power. What else do you have to fight me now? Princess Moon Fairy smiled coldly. At this moment, no one dared to treat her as a spoiled royal princess. This was an invincible existence. It was terrifying. Boom! The origin power surged, destroying everything in all directions. Qin Feiyang, Demon Ancestor, Lin Yi, and Mu Qianyang's means couldn't do anything to the origin power and death domain. Needless to say, Sea Lion Demon King. Looking at the origin power and the death domain around Princess Moon Fairy, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Until now. Only the White-Eyed Wolf and Dong Xingyang had yet to make a move. Damn it, I still don't believe that the origin power is so invincible. The White-Eyed Wolf was unconvinced. Brr. With a sky-shaking roar, the battle soul Heaven-Swallowing Beast appeared. Heaven-Swallowing Beast. Princess Moon Fairy's pupils shrank. You actually recognize the Heaven-Swallowing Beast? This is really surprising. Since you know the Heaven-Swallowing Beast, then you should know how terrifying it is. So, I advise you to get lost immediately. The White-Eyed Wolf smiled domineeringly. Get lost? Princess Moon Fairy was taken aback and sneered, the Heaven-Swallowing Beast is indeed powerful. It can even swallow the world in one gulp. But your Heaven-Swallowing Beast is just a battle soul. The White-Eyed Wolf's expression stiffened. He originally wanted to scare this woman, but he didn't expect her to fall for it. In that case, 4th talent ability activate. The White-Eyed Wolf roared. As soon as the Heaven-Swallowing Beast opened its mouth, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. A terrifying suction force swept in all directions. One had to know. This 4th divine ability could even devour the domains of Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqin, Dong Xian, Dong Qin, and Dong Ping. However, at this moment, he was actually unable to devour Princess Moon Immortal's domain of death. Not to mention the origin energy. The origin energy was as stable as Mount Tai, not affected at all. It continued to attack the few people. So strong. It is indeed an absolute defense. It's even more terrifying than the invincible domain. Dong Hanzong whispered. Was this Princess Yuxian's strength? It was too terrifying. Powerful strength, the most noble identity, a transcendent status. He had to get his hands on such a woman and not let anyone else take advantage of her. Brother Wolf, I'm afraid we're doomed this time. The Devil Ancestor smiled bitterly. White-Eyed Wolf clenched his fists and turned to look at Dong Xingyang. Dong Xingyang, remained silent. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? The White-Eyed Wolf was furious. I'm not trying to keep you in suspense, but I really can't reveal the secrets of heaven. Dong Xingyang shook his head. Hearing these words, the White-Eyed Wolf's anger suddenly flared up. He only believed that man could conquer the heavens. Revealing the secrets of heaven? Suffering the wrath of heaven? In his opinion, it was a joke. But don't worry. I can block this origin energy, but there is only one chance. So, when I block this origin energy, I must immediately kill my way out. Dong Xingyang said again. What? You can block this origin energy? What a joke. Not to mention the White-Eyed Wolf, even Qin Feiyang, Lin Yi, Mu Tianyang, and the Demon Ancestor couldn't believe it. The Sea Lion Demon King was even more dumbfounded. This was the origin energy of the Divine Kingdom. Previously, even Qin Feiyang's 120,000 Dao paths that contain the ultimate meaning of the will of heaven could not block the origin energy, let alone Dong Xingyang's power alone. He's simply bragging without a draft. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly, and there was a touch of confidence between his eyebrows. It doesn't seem to be a joke. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Xingyang, made up his mind and continued to transfer the evil forces. Previously, he had already planned to give up the remaining evil forces and evacuate with everyone. Because in the face of the origin energy and the sudden appearance of the death domain, he already felt desperate. But now, since Dong Xingyang said so, he would gamble again. This was the trust between companions. If he didn't even have this trust, what qualifications did he have to say that the other party was his life and death partner? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Finally, the origin energy arrived. Everyone's heart, including Qin Feiyang, was in their throats in an instant. But at this moment, Dong Xingyang suddenly raised his hands and kept forming seals. His ruddy face quickly turned pale as if he was performing a forbidden technique of heaven, causing him to bear a huge injury alone. Boom. The next moment, strands of mysterious power surged out from his hands. They seemed to contain the presence of destiny. Book of Destiny appear. Suddenly, Dong Hanzong spoke. He was clearly standing in front of them, but his voice seemed to be extremely ethereal, as if it came from beyond the heavens and lingered in the air. As his voice fell, a dazzling divine light emerged. Following closely, an ancient book appeared in front of him. The size was similar to an ordinary book, and the thickness was only a finger thick, but it wasn't made of paper. It seemed to be an iron book with mysterious patterns engraved on it. It looked extremely mysterious and mysterious. Book of Destiny. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at this scene in astonishment. What the hell was this? They had never seen it before. Dong Xingyang didn't seem to have such a method. Princess Yuxian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Kun Peng and the Dragon God were all shocked, including the inner demons and Lu Jejing. At the same time as the Book of Destiny appeared, the origin power rushed to Qin Feiyang and the others. The terrifying and monstrous divine might made them despair. Death was right in front of them. Even now it was too late for them to fight back. Dong Xingyang, don't play with us. This will cost us our lives. The white-eyed wolf roared. His physical body had been shattered and dripping with blood. At this moment, it was like seeing a death god standing in front of him. Lin Yi was even more miserable. Because her strength was the weakest, she had yet to master the will of heaven. Her physical body had been shattered, and now only her divine soul was left. Even her divine soul was annihilating. In this life she had faced death countless times, but it had never been as real as this time. It seemed that she had entered the gates of hell. Just when everyone's life was hanging by a thread, Dong Xingyang suddenly turned his head, stared at the origin power and shouted, "Book of Destiny, reverse fate." Wah. As Dong Xingyang's voice fell, the Book of Destiny opened, and a mysterious and ancient aura rushed out. The opened Book of Destiny was also engraved with complex patterns. In the center of the pattern there was a strange eye. This eye was very similar to Dong Xingyang's own Eye of Destiny. But the difference was, this eye seemed to have a soul. In other words, this eye was like a living thing. When the Book of Destiny opened, the aura that roared out came from this eye. Suddenly, the eye closed. That's right. This eye, it suddenly closed. As this eye closed, the world in this area of Myriad Demons Valley instantly fell into a state of darkness. It was pitch black. And no one could see through this kind of darkness. Because generally speaking, people like Qin Feiyang and Princess Yuxian would not be affected by the darkness due to their cultivation. With their strength and cultivation, even if they fell into darkness, they could still see everything clearly. However, at this moment, there was darkness in front of them. Just like mortals in a dark night, they couldn't see anything. What's going on? Not only did the world turn into darkness, but even the sound in their ears disappeared completely. It was as if they were standing alone in the eternal abyss. There was a loneliness from the depths of their soul. But this darkness didn't last long. Almost in about 3 breaths, the darkness disappeared instantly, and light appeared in front of them. When the light reappeared, nothing in this world had changed. If it weren't for the previous experience, they wouldn't believe that night had appeared before. Looking at the Book of Destiny again, the eye on it had opened. Could it be related to it? When it closes, it's night, and when it opens, it's day. The white-eyed wolf whispered. It should be. But what's the meaning of this? Lin Yi was suspicious. Meaning? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Feiyang and others recalled the previous situation at this time. Before, they were drowned by the power of the origin. How could they still speak now? Logically speaking, shouldn't they be dead already? The white-eyed wolf turned his head to look at Lin Yi. His eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. Before, he clearly remembered that Lin Yi's physical body had been destroyed. Moreover, not much of her soul was left. But now Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, was unscathed. What's going on? Qin Feiyang, demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Sea Lion Demon King quickly noticed Lin Yi's situation. They all looked shocked. Is it an illusion? Lin Yi also noticed this change. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and others and said in surprise, "Don't look at me all the time. The scars on your body have all disappeared." Qin Feiyang and others were taken aback and quickly looked at themselves. Sure enough, the injuries on their bodies had disappeared. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. In the distance, Lu Jejin and the inner demons were also dumbfounded. Opposite. The same was true for Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, Kun Peng and Dragon God. Their faces were full of disbelief. They were already dying. Now not only were they still alive but their injuries had also disappeared. It was simply unbelievable. They are unscathed. What about the power of the origin? Princess Moon Fairy whispered. She quickly glanced around and found that the power of the origin was floating in the void behind Qin Feiyang and others, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. The power of the origin was not damaged. But what about Qin Feiyang and others? How did they avoid the bombardment of the power of the origin? How did they make the injuries on their bodies disappear? Not to mention Princess Moon Fairy, Qin Feiyang and others also wanted to know. Because before this they didn't do anything at all. Chapter 4507. Whoosh. When they regained their senses, Qin Feiyang and the others as well as Princess Yuxian and the others, all looked at Dong Xingyang at the same time. Such a strange scene must have something to do with Dong Xingyang. The Book of Destiny was still there. The eyes on it emitted an obscure aura. Dong Xingyang stood in front of the Book of Destiny with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. Old Dong, what's the situation? White-eyed Wolf asked in a daze. Until now he still couldn't believe what had just happened. The Book of Destiny was able to fight against the origin energy? What a joke. Previously, Qin Feiyang's 120,000 ultimate profound meanings that contained the will of the heavens couldn't stop the origin energy, let alone a mere book. Is this the time to ask these questions? Hurry up and break out. Dong Xingyang transmitted his voice without changing his expression. There was a hint of anxiousness in his voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others shuddered. Could it be that Dong Xingyang had some side effects after opening the Book of Destiny? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the Thousand Demons Valley. The evil force had almost been transferred. The remaining bits and pieces were of little value. Make a prompt decision. Qin Feiyang activated the flash of light and shadow. With two wills of the heavens, he swept up White-Eyed Wolf and the others and fled in the opposite direction of the Thousand Demons Valley without looking back. Where do you think you're going? Princess Yuxian shouted. The origin energy turned into a long sword, and its sharpness could tear the heavens and the earth. She grabbed the long sword and chased after them. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed. As he activated the Great Heaven Domain, he instantly transformed into two wills of the heavens. He then chased after Princess Yuxian and said, "Your Highness, I'll take you to chase after them." Okay. Princess Yuxian nodded. Dong Hanzong was delighted. He immediately waved his hand and swept Princess Yuxian up before chasing after Qin Feiyang and the others like lightning. What should we do? Kun Peng asked as he looked at the Dragon God and Dong Qingyuan. Looking at the direction they're escaping in, they should be trying to break out of the encirclement from the other side. If we teleport there directly, we can intercept them. The Dragon God's eyes flashed. As a supergiant of the Divine Kingdom, he naturally knew the situation of the Central Dynasty like the back of his hand, including the Myriad Demons Valley. Yes. Dong Qingyuan and Kun Peng nodded in agreement. Their speed was not as fast as Qin Feiyang and Dong Hanzong, so they could only go forward to intercept them. Immediately, a space-time passageway appeared and the three of them flew into it without even looking back. It seems like there's nothing left for us to do? The inner demons looked at this scene in astonishment. It has nothing to do with us in the first place. Lu Jiajin smiled inwardly. Originally he had thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were doomed this time, so he had been worried. But they had never imagined that Dong Xingyang would possess such a heaven-defying method, which actually allowed them to avoid the attack of the source energy. Now, as long as Qin Feiyang and the others were determined to escape, the Central Dynasty's people could not stop them. After all, in addition to Dong Xingyang, there was still the demon ancestor Lin Yi and Mu Tianyang. With their battle souls, it was not difficult for them to fight their way out. Let's go. They have grown up now. As long as there is no source energy, they are invincible. There is no need to worry about them anymore. Lu Jiajin transmitted his voice and was about to turn and leave. Compared to the first time they met in the four great continents, Qin Feiyang and the others were much stronger. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared, tearing through the sky and went straight to the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. The two's faces changed. What happened? Someone actually attacked them? The next moment, two figures appeared out of thin air. These were two masked men. They were 7 feet tall and looked quite burly. But because they were wearing a ghost mask, their true faces could not be seen. However, both of them held a long sword in their hands. Divine light flickered. At a glance, one could tell that it was a sovereign divine weapon. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin hurriedly avoided the sword light. The sword light blasted the ground below, accompanied by a loud bang. Dust billowed and a bottomless pit suddenly appeared. Looking down at the huge pit below, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's hearts sank. They came prepared. And they really came to kill them. Who are you? The two suddenly raised their heads and stared at the two ghost-masked men. Qin Feiyang's people would definitely not sneak attack them. Therefore these two must be from the Central Dynasty. However, now that they were the commander and deputy commander of the 10th team, and they knew their means who dared to attack them. Could it be that Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan sent them? Seeing that their bodies were now destroyed, they wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate them? You actually dodged it? Your reaction is quite fast. The two masked men smiled sinisterly. The ghost mask on their faces made them look quite ferocious. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? The inner demons said. Blood light flashed in his eyes. How dare they sneak attack him and Lu Jiajin? He was truly audacious. We're the ones who want your lives. The two ghost-masked men laughed, and the sovereign divine weapons in their hands instantly awakened, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, and attacked the two of them. Now, the two of them were only in the state of divine souls. Not to mention the sovereign divine weapons, any perfected sovereign divine warrior could kill them. The situation was precarious. Don't struggle. You're very strong, but now that you've lost your bodies, it's useless no matter how strong you are. As for your sovereign divine weapons, the peak-level sovereign divine weapon that you took from Dong Qingyuan is indeed terrifying, but now it shouldn't be with you or it would have been taken out by you. So, you should obediently wait for your deaths. The two ghost-masked men laughed sinisterly. It was easy to judge whether they had sovereign divine weapons or not. For example, now, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's bodies were destroyed. If they had sovereign divine weapons, they would naturally be exposed. On the other hand, if they didn't see any spatial divine items or sovereign divine weapons when their bodies were destroyed, it meant that they didn't have them with them. It seems that you're quite smart. The inner demons laughed sinisterly. Of course. We're waiting for this opportunity to kill you. After all, you're too strong. If we can't find such an opportunity, it's impossible to get rid of you. The two of them laughed sinisterly. Lu Jiajin's eyes flashed slightly and said in a deep voice, "Since we're going to die anyway, why don't you let us know who you are? Are you trying to trick us? You'd better go and be confused ghosts." The two of them didn't fall for it at all. The two sovereign divine weapons were about to kill Lu Jiajin and the inner demons. The inner demons laughed sinisterly. "You're too naive. Even if your bodies are destroyed, you can't do anything." Haha, still arrogant? Now, Dong Qingyuan and the others are chasing after Qin Feiyang and the others, and the members of the Death God army at the entrance, Monster Kings and Beast Kings are all dead. May I ask who will come to save you now? The two of them laughed loudly. Say, you're underestimating us. Do we need others to save us? Now I'll let you see my fighting soul. My fighting soul has never been activated. Even the Emperor doesn't know about it, so you should be honored. The inner demons laughed sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of blood immediately surged out in all directions. From afar, it looked like a sea of blood was surging. Fighting soul? The two of them were shocked. Demon King's blood prison open. The inner demons roared. The waves of blood roared and surged toward the inner demons. In the blink of an eye, his shattered body was directly reconstructed. That's right. His body was reconstructed and he was full of vitality. How is this possible? The two of them were stunned. Even the law of life couldn't reconstruct a body so quickly. Unless it was the Eye of Life. But this person didn't have the strongest fighting soul, the Eye of Life. What was going on? Despair, you guys. The inner demons laughed and stood in the middle of the sea of blood. His blood-red hair fluttered, and his eyes were surging with blood-red light, as if a demon king had returned. Boom. The life and death law's ultimate mysteries, as well as the other ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, instantly appeared. In the next moment, the ultimate mysteries collided with the two low-level sovereign divine weapons. With a loud crack, the two sovereign divine weapons were shattered on the spot. This was the lethality of the ultimate mysteries that contained the will of the heavens. The ultimate mysteries of the strongest law, even without the will of the heavens, could fight against a low-level sovereign divine weapon. This was because the lethality of the ultimate mysteries was similar to that of a low-level sovereign divine weapon. In other words, The ultimate mysteries of the strongest law with the will of the heavens could crush a low-level sovereign divine weapon. Not to mention that the inner demons had 2 wills of the heavens. Even if there were 8 or 10 low-level sovereign divine weapons, they could still crush them. Let's go. The 2 ghost-masked men's faces changed. They didn't even care about the broken sovereign divine weapons and turned to flee. They didn't expect the other party to have such a battle soul that could reconstruct their physical bodies in an instant. You want to leave? You're too naive. The inner demon sneered. He activated the moment of time and chased after them. With 2 wills of the heavens, his speed was naturally faster than the 2. However, just as he was about to catch up with the 2 ghost-masked men decisively chose to self-destruct their physical bodies. The terrifying destructive waves immediately swept in all directions and drowned the inner demons. However, the inner demons, who was standing in the Demon King's blood prison, didn't have any injuries on his body. The Demon King's blood prison seemed to be able to help him isolate the waves of self-destruction. However, the 2 self-destructed in front of him, which made the inner demons a little angry. He still hadn't figured out who wanted to kill them. Aren't there still 2 sovereign divine weapons? Why don't you ask them and find out? Lu Jiajin said. When the inner demons heard this, he immediately looked at the 2 broken sovereign divine weapons. However, without waiting for the inner demons to speak, the 2 weapon spirits of the sovereign divine weapons also chose to self-destruct. This scene stunned both inner demon and inner demon. It could be said that the sovereign divine weapons cared more about their own lives than humans. But now, the weapon spirits chose to self-destruct without hesitation? After living for so many years, this was the first time they had seen a sovereign divine weapon self-destruct. It was simply beyond imagination. Chapter 4508. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and others had also fled to the other side of the Myriad Demons Valley. Dong Hanzong took Princess Yuxian and chased after them. Damn it, how long do we have to chase? The white-eyed wolf was quite annoyed. Although he hated Dong Hanzong very much, sometimes he had to admit that he was indeed a difficult opponent. Because if it weren't for Dong Hanzong's help, even if Princess Yuxian mastered the power of origin, she would have long been shaken off by them. But the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang didn't notice that Dong Xingyang's face was turning pale at this moment. Suddenly, his body shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed, and they quickly looked at Dong Xingyang. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Hurry up and break out. Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said. There was a trace of weakness in his eyes. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Presumably, this was related to Dong Xingyang's previous opening of the Book of Destiny. Old Dong, are you really okay? The white-eyed wolf frowned. No matter how you look at Dong Xingyang's face at this moment, it didn't look like he was okay. This is the after-effect of opening the Book of Destiny. Dong Xingyang took a deep breath and swallowed back the blood that spurted out again. After effect. Several people were surprised. And? Dong Xingyang nodded. What after effect? Is it serious? The white-eyed wolf looked at him worriedly. It's okay. Dong Xingyang smiled slightly, motioning not to worry. It's okay? Several people looked at each other. They all heard the hint of concealment in Dong Xingyang's words. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice, since he doesn't want to say let's not ask. Demon Ancestor, Lin Yi and White-Eyed Wolf nodded silently. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and said, However, this Book of Destiny of yours is quite amazing. It can actually help us avoid the attacks of the origin energy. I have never seen such a thing before. I haven't mastered it before. In the past, I didn't know that the Book of Destiny existed. Dong Xingyang shook his head. When did the Book of Destiny appear? The White-Eyed Wolf was curious. It appeared after the Eye of Destiny evolved. As for the Book of Destiny, it only has one ability, and that is to change the fate of an instant. Just like before, it was because the Book of Destiny changed our fates for an instant that we didn't die to the origin energy. Dong Xingyang explained. Changing the fate of an instant. White-Eyed Wolf and the others looked at each other. This was too heaven-defying. Even though it was just an instant, one had to know that this was fate. It wasn't a small matter. Fate could not be changed. Therefore, even though it was only a momentary change of fate, it was still shocking enough. In other words, the Book of Destiny can change death? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Previously, when I faced the origin energy, I only opened the Book of Destiny at the last moment because the Book of Destiny can only change life and death for an instant. If I opened it earlier or later, it would lose its effect. Dong Xingyang nodded. No wonder. I was wondering why we didn't die and why we didn't get injured. It turns out that the Eye of Destiny has such an ability. This is really heaven-defying. This is strange. Why does your Eye of Destiny have such an ability? Our Eye of Despair, Eye of Evil, Eye of Oblivion, and Eye of Heaven didn't awaken such an ability. Mu Tianyang said sourly. Who wouldn't be envious of such an ability? Why don't you take a look at how powerful your fighting souls are? Although my Eye of Destiny can see through fate, it doesn't have much combat power. Even the Book of Destiny can only change one's fate for an instant. It doesn't have any destructive power. Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even if it doesn't have any destructive power, this ability is already heaven-defying. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. He was still not satisfied. Don't talk about me. Isn't your fighting soul also heaven-defying? Deprive one's cultivation, fighting soul, and laws. Go and see who else in the world has such an ability? Dong Xingyang was helpless. Cough cough. You'd better worry about my feelings. Which one of you isn't a pervert? The Sea Lion Demon King said weakly. In the past, as the Demon King of the Kunping Sea region, he was very proud and arrogant. However, ever since he met Qin Feiyang, he had been dealt with one blow after another. He felt that he was as weak as a newborn baby in front of these people. Ha! Mu Tianyang and the others couldn't help but laugh. How can you still laugh? Behind them, Princess Yu Xian and Dong Hanzong were furious when they heard their laughter. Especially Dong Hanzong. It almost reached the point of extreme madness. In the face of their pursuit, he was still laughing there. This was simply humiliating him. Are there any restrictions on the Book of Destiny? For example, Dong Hanzong's domain can only be opened once a day for half an hour each time? Lin Yi was suspicious. There are no such restrictions. Dong Xingyang shook his head. No. The white-eyed wolf and the others were surprised. There are no restrictions on such a heaven-defying method? Although there are no restrictions and you all envy this ability, if I have a choice, I would rather not awaken the Book of Destiny. Or, I would rather exchange with you. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly. They looked at each other. There was a hidden meaning in his words. What did Dong Xingyang want to express? Could it be that the sequelae of opening the Book of Destiny was more serious than they thought? It's time to break through. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang looked ahead with a solemn expression. The mountain in front had also been destroyed by the battle fluctuations. It was riddled with holes and a mess. Above a broken mountain, a group of people stood against the wind. The leader was Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God. Behind, members of the Death God Legion, the Monster King of the Kunpeng Sea region, the Beast King of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, and the people of the major families. Although the people at the entrance died in the hands of Qin Feiyang, there were only about 10,000 people. And this time, there were more than 12 heavenly will powerhouses who came to the Myriad Demon Valley. Even if they lost more than 10,000 people, there were still about 110,000 people. On the whole, there wasn't much change. At this time, almost all of these 110,000 people gathered behind Dong Qingyuan and the others. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, "It seems that Dong Qingyuan and the others have seen through our escape route and gathered everyone here in advance to intercept us. Is it useful?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. "Indeed. These people can no longer stop us." The demon ancestor laughed. In the past, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang and Dong Xingyang did not master the heavenly will. They couldn't exert their peak state in their respective battles. But it was different now. Whether it was the Eye of Despair or the Eye of Evil, their power was far beyond the past. Most importantly, the Moon Immortal Princess, who possessed source energy, was chasing after them from behind. Thus, Dong Qingyuan and the others who were blocking their path did not possess source energy. As such, they were naturally unable to stop them. They are here. Legion Commander, Lord Kunpeng, Lord Dragon God, are we going to activate the ultimate profound? At the same time, the 110,000 people also saw Qin Feiyang and the others, and they suddenly became nervous. The strength displayed by the frenzied tribulation, Lin Yi, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, and Qin Feiyang had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. This was a group of monsters that made people tremble in fear. We can't activate the ultimate profound. Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang replicates it, we will become their accomplices. Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. If we don't activate the ultimate profound, what other means do we have? Divine arts? Artifacts? These things can't stop them at all. So many powerhouses with the will of heavenly will fell into a state of panic at this moment. Divine arts, unless it was a super killing technique, posed no threat to ordinary dominator powerhouses, let alone Qin Feiyang and the others who mastered the will of heavenly will. Moreover, divine arts could also be replicated by the Eye of Heaven. As for artifacts, ordinary artifacts naturally couldn't do it. Not to mention ordinary artifacts, even low-level, mid-level and high-level dominator artifacts had no lethality in the eyes of these people. Because Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, and the will of heavenly will could even crush a pinnacle dominator artifact. Use the power of law. We have so many people, even if we only use the power of law, we can stop them. The ultimate profound can be replicated. I don't believe that he can replicate the power of law, Dong Xingyang said gloomily. Okay. The Kunping and Dragon God also nodded. At this point they could only take a gamble. Boom. At this moment, with the three of them taking the lead, they all activated the power of law. All kinds of laws gathered in the sky, turning into a tornado that swept across the sky. Don't say. 110,000 powerhouses with the will of heavenly will activated the power of law together. It was an extremely terrifying scene. It was no exaggeration to say that. Even if it was a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon, it would be destroyed effortlessly. Learn to be smart. I won't activate the ultimate profound. The white-eyed wolf laughed. But would this be useful? He didn't know that among the 3,000 incarnations, except for artifacts like artifacts, everything else could be replicated? Even some super-killing techniques could be replicated. Little Qinzi, it's up to you now. As soon as the white-eyed wolf's voice fell, Qin Feiyang activated the purple gold dragon soul and the Eye of Heaven. At the same time, a 5,000 years a day time array appeared under his feet. The Eye of Heaven coupled with the time array was an invincible existence. Eye of Heaven? What's going on? Could it be that even the power of law can be replicated? Seeing Qin Feiyang activate the Eye of Heaven, Dong Qingyuan and the others were all surprised. Sure enough, almost in the next moment, in the void in front of the purple gold dragon god, a storm of laws emerged. It was completely on par with the storm of laws above Dong Qingyuan and the others. Moreover, the speed of recovering this storm of laws was countless times faster than the speed of replicating the ultimate profound. For a moment, Dong Qingyuan, the Kunping, the dragon god, and the 110,000 people behind them were all dumbfounded. This can be replicated? Is there anything that your Eye of Heaven can't replicate? Chapter 4509. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two nomological storms clashed together, erupting with destructive power. I don't believe that you can even replicate a sovereign weapon. The Kunpeng and the dragon god looked at each other. With a loud clang, two pinnacle sovereign divine weapons appeared. It instantly recovered and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others with a monstrous sharpness. Since the pinnacle sovereign weapons have come to us, we'll gladly accept them, Qin Feiyang said domineeringly. It was as if the two pinnacle sovereign weapons were already in their pockets. Boom. 3,000 clones were activated. The 7 ultimate laws of life and death instantly appeared, exuding a destructive aura. There were a total of 24,000. With the eruption of 2 wills of the Great Path, the 24,000 ultimate laws instantly shattered the mountains and the earth as they charged toward the 2 pinnacle sovereign weapons. Oh no! The Kunpeng and the dragon god immediately knew that things were not going well. In a moment of impulse, they forgot that Qin Feiyang had 3,000 clones. A pinnacle sovereign weapon could intimidate any wills of the Great Path, except for Qin Feiyang. This was because the 3,000 clones allowed him to have the combat power to crush a pinnacle sovereign weapon. Of course, the Frenzied One's 10,000 evil sword, the Inner Demon's 10,000 demon true body, and Dong Hanzong's Chen Kun domain all had the same ability. As for the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, it was still unknown. This was because the true lethality of the ingrate's 4th innate ability was something that no one knew except for the ingrate himself. Clang. Crack. With a loud sound, the 2 pinnacle sovereign weapons shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, and the power of law surged out toward the 2 sovereign weapons. Quick, stop him! The Kunping roared. The combat power of Qin Feiyang and the others was already so terrifying. If they obtained 2 more pinnacle sovereign weapons, wouldn't they turn the world upside down? Although the 2 sovereign weapons were shattered, their artifact spirits were still present. They wanted to escape. At the same time, 110,000 wills of the Great Path experts instinctively activated their ultimate laws when they heard the Kunpeng's roar. Because the ultimate profound was their strongest technique. Once a person encountered an emergency, the first thing they would think of would be their strongest means. No. Seeing this, Dong Qingyuan's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. If he activated the ultimate meaning now, wouldn't that be the same as helping Qin Feiyang? Perhaps Qin Feiyang had been waiting for them to activate the ultimate meaning. In short, the ability of the Eye of Heaven was to borrow force to fight force. The stronger the enemy, the greater the lethality of the Eye of Heaven. However, but it was too late. Ding. Following a series of deafening dragon roars, one purple gold dragon soul after another emerged. Indeed, right now, Qin Feiyang was really looking forward to these people activating their ultimate mysteries. Because in this way, the number of replicated ultimate profound meanings and his own 24,000 ultimate profound meanings would far surpass the opponents, allowing him to break through in one fell swoop. By the time the 110,000 powerhouses of the will of the heavens reacted, the 3,000 avatars had already duplicated hundreds of thousands of ultimate truths. Immediately, a monstrous aura surged like a raging wave, rolling between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura caused even Princess Yu Xian and Dong Hanzong's expressions to change drastically. If the two forces collided, 1/10 of the Central Dynasty's territory would be destroyed in an instant. That's right. The Central Dynasty was huge. Even if it was only 1/10 of it, it was still several times larger than the Sky Cloud realm. Looking at this scene, the 110,000 powerhouses of the will of the heavens regretted it. Why did they activate the ultimate meaning on impulse? However, there was no turning back. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 avatars had already been duplicated. Even if they dispersed the ultimate meaning now, the ultimate meaning duplicated by the 3,000 avatars would not disappear. So, they could only brace themselves and do it. Kill? Almost at the same time, there was an earth-shaking battle cry from both sides. The ultimate meaning on both sides were like a torrent, charging towards each other. Bastard, I'm going to destroy you all. Princess Yu Xian shouted angrily. The long sword formed by the origin force also carried a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth, charging towards Qin Feiyang and the others from behind. Don't worry about the origin force. Mu Tianyang shouted. There was a trace of anxiousness in his expression. Because although the origin force was very strong, its speed was controlled by Princess Yu Xian. So in a short period of time the origin force could not catch up with them. As for Qin Feiyang, although he had been fighting with Dong Qingyuan and the others, he did not stop. So the distance between them and Princess Yu Xian and the others was still the same as before. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, the ultimate meaning on both sides directly collided. Sure enough, the terrifying battle fluctuations swept in all directions. Everywhere it went, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was like the scene of the end of the world, which could be said to be shocking. In the end, as expected, it was Qin Feiyang's ultimate profound that allowed him to achieve an overwhelming victory, because they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. As the remaining ultimate meaning arrived, the blood of the various beast kings and demon kings, the 10 direct descendants, and the members of the death god army splashed across the sky one after another. Screams of agony resounded through heaven and earth. The originally neat formation was instantly messed up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feiyang led the white-eyed wolf and the others, activated 2 wills of the Great Path and the Split Time, and instantly passed through. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf attacked and suppressed the 2 broken sovereign divine weapons. Damn it! Stop them even if you have to risk your lives. Princess Yu Xian roared. If they let this group of people escape, they would be able to soar freely. Just like a few years ago. Qin Feiyang and the others had been hiding and cultivating, and no one knew where they were hiding. So if they missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to find such a good opportunity to surround and kill Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Qingyuan's appearance was even more miserable now, because he had also been severely injured by the ultimate meaning. If he had not dodged in time, he would have died by now. Hearing Princess Yu Xian's shout, he immediately turned to look at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others. It's not too late to keep them. All of you self-destruct. All of a sudden, he roared, and there was a trace of madness in his words. What? All of you self-destruct. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked and turned to look at Dong Qingyuan and the others. He actually asked everyone to self-destruct. In other words, these people had split their divine souls in advance to save their lives before coming to the 10,000 Demons Valley? Didn't this mean that the Monster Kings, Beast Kings, members of the Death God Army, and the people of the top 10 families who had died in their hands were actually still alive? Originally, they were quite satisfied with this battle. Not only did they successfully rescue Lunatic, But they also diverted the evil forces of the 10,000 Demons Valley and caused the Central Dynasty's will of the Great Path to suffer heavy losses. However, hearing Dong Qingyuan's words, their good mood instantly disappeared. Quick! Otherwise they will escape. The Kunpeng and the Dragon God also roared. Dong Qingyuan, the Kunpeng, and the Dragon God seemed to want to set an example and took the lead in self-destructing. A terrifying aura instantly spread out in a frenzy. Watching Dong Qingyuan and the other two self-destruct, the Beast Kings, the Monster Kings, all the members of the Death God army, and the people of the top 10 families did not hesitate. Boom. Almost instantly. Everyone self-destructed. One must know. Even if they had suffered heavy losses before, there were at least 100,000 people left. Although most of these 100,000 people were seriously injured, it did not affect them from self-destructing. 100,000 people self-destructed at the same time. And they were all will of the Great Path powerhouses. What kind of concept was this? It was not an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the world. Qin Feiyang looked solemn. Faster. The white-eyed wolf urged. With so many people self-destructing, even if he activated the fourth supernatural power, it would be meaningless. Because he knew very well that the fourth supernatural power could not swallow the fluctuations of this self-destruction. Mu Tianyang, Lin Yi, the Sea Lion Demon King, and the demon ancestor were also helpless against the fluctuations of this self-destruction. Because Eye of Despair, Eye of Evil, and Eye of Oblivion could only target living creatures. Similarly, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven was, it was impossible to replicate others' self-destruction. With his strength he could not block this fluctuation. In other words, self-destruction was unsolvable. Unless one had a stronger strength than self-destruction, everything was in vain. But now, obviously they did not have such strength. After all, too many people self-destructed at the same time. Isn't your Eye of Heaven very powerful? Do you have the ability to replicate the fluctuations of their self-destruction? Dong Hanzong looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others from a distance and sneered. 3,000 incarnations helped this fluctuation. Qin Feiyang shouted. 3,000 incarnations immediately turned and stood in a row. The power of the major laws surged out, condensing into a row of barriers as tall as the sky in front. Boom. The fluctuations of the self-destruction swept over. Even if the power of these laws contained double will of the Great Path, it could not block this fluctuation. It collapsed instantly. 3,000 incarnations were also annihilated. Because the power of the self-destruction would far exceed the strength of the self-destructor. For example, you are a half-step sovereign realm expert. When you self-destruct, the lethality of the self-destruction would be enough to kill an initial sovereign realm expert and severely injure a lesser sovereign realm expert. Even a greater sovereign realm expert would be threatened. Therefore, no matter who it was, once the opponent self-destructed, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Damn you! You don't follow the rules of the underworld. The white-eyed wolf was extremely angry. Everyone self-destructed at the slightest disagreement. Wasn't this cheating? Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the others were about to be engulfed by the fluctuations of the self-destruction, Dong Xingyang suddenly waved his hand and the Book of Destiny appeared. Just as he was about to open the Book of Destiny again, a space-time passage appeared and a white figure walked out like a savior. This person was Long Chen. However, the current Long Chen was covered in wounds and bloodstains. His originally elegant and otherworldly temperament was now in an extremely sorry state. Little Chen. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Looks like you guys can't do it without me. Long Chen chuckled. The god domain opened and instantly merged with the heavens and earth. Boom. In the next moment, the power of the natural order between heaven and earth surged and blocked their path. Chapter 45:10. The rule force of the divine kingdom was indeed extraordinary. The terrifying self-detonation shockwaves were all blocked. However, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Princess Yuxian and Dong Hanzong rushed over. Princess Yuxian had the origin force, so she naturally wasn't afraid of the explosion. I only paused for a moment and they caught up. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. There's no other way. After all, Dong Hanzong also has two heavens will now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Princess Yuxian looked at the few of them and locked her eyes on Long Chen, saying coldly, God's domain, I want to see if it's really that powerful. Boom. The origin force rushed over. The barrier condensed by the rule force immediately collapsed. After all, the origin force was a force that was above the rule force. Naturally, the rule force couldn't be the opponent of the origin force. Not only was the rule force broken, but even the god's domain was instantly annihilated. This was the power of the origin force. It was invincible and nothing couldn't be broken. Damn woman, you're not done yet, right? Now there's only the two of you left. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. That's right, there's only the two of us left. But so what? Can you block my origin force? Princess Yuxian smiled contemptuously, and the origin force immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Go. Long Chen's pupils shrank. Wanna leave? Dong Hanzong sneered and opened the sealed god domain. An invisible force was like a tide, covering the sky and earth and enveloping Qin Feiyang and the others. This was the sealed god domain's remarkable ability. Sealing God's force, rule force and rule force. As the rule force was sealed, Qin Feiyang was no longer able to open the moment of time. The power of origin was already close at hand. A sense of death crisis rose in his heart. At this time, accompanied by a beast roar, the battle soul heaven-swallowing beast appeared. Swallow his Chen Kuan domain for me. The white-eyed wolf roared. As long as the universe domain was broken, Dong Hanzong would no longer be a threat. This was because once the universe domain was broken, it could only be opened again the next day. Don't even think about it. Princess Moon Fairy smiled coldly. In the blink of an eye, another strand of origin energy appeared and shot towards the heaven-devouring battle soul at lightning speed. There's still origin energy in his body? White-eyed wolf's heart sank. How can I not leave some leeway when dealing with you? Princess Moon Fairy sneered. Damned woman, you're forcing me, aren't you? Let me try and see if I can swallow your source energy. The white-eyed wolf bristled with anger. The heaven-devouring fighting soul beast opened its mouth wide, and a strong wind howled between heaven and earth. Boom. When the wisp of origin energy entered the fighting soul heaven-swallowing beast's mouth, there was a loud bang and the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul collapsed on the spot. This, white-eyed wolf's expression froze. He didn't even have the slightest bit of power to resist. Little Qin Zi's 3,000 incarnations couldn't do anything to the power of origin. Little Madman's all-evil sword couldn't do anything to the power of origin. Now, even his fighting soul couldn't stop the power of origin. Ask yourself, in this world was there anything that could compete with the power of origin? Now you have nowhere to run. Dong Hanzong grinned. With the protection of Princess Moon Fairy's death domain, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Lin Yi's fighting souls were no longer a threat to him. As for Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Chen, although they were powerful, the power of origin could easily suppress them. So, no matter what, they would be the victorious party today. White-Eyed Wolf shouted, Dong Xingyang, didn't you say that there would be no problem? The power of origin was already in front of them. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand the power of origin. They were cracking rapidly and dripping with blood. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Dong Xingyang was also bleeding all over his body. His wounds were shocking, but he wasn't worried at all. Don't tell me I have to open the Book of Destiny again? Demon Ancestor frowned. Although he didn't know what the aftereffects of opening the Book of Destiny would be, judging from Dong Xingyang's previous situation, it was better not to open it. The situation once again entered a critical state. Qin Feiyang and the others' laws, power and divine power were all sealed, and they couldn't escape. White-Eyed Wolf's fighting soul also lost its effect. Now they were equivalent to lambs being pressed on the chopping board without the power to fight back. To break this situation, they must break Dong Hanzong's seal. Old Qin, I am ready. Let me out quickly. Suddenly, Madman's laughter sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Senior brother? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He didn't have time to think about it. With a thought, Madman immediately appeared beside him. In his hand, he was holding a 3-foot-long sword. It was the all-evil sword. So strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. At this moment, the all-evil sword gave him the feeling that it was like a wisp of origin force. The most important thing was, after Madman came out, he was also enveloped by the sealed god domain, but the all-evil sword in his hand showed no signs of dissipating. This is the evolved all-evil true body. The current me is already invincible. Madman laughed. He slashed out with his sword. It collided with the long sword formed by the origin force. Crack. Cracks immediately appeared on the all-evil sword. Still can't do it? Madman murmured. Boom. The all-evil force in his body surged out like a tide and poured into the all-evil sword. The aura that erupted from the all-evil sword was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the broken cracks were also rapidly repairing. What? Princess Moon Fairy was dumbfounded. The current all-evil sword could actually compete with the origin force? That's right. This was a struggle against the power of the origin. Although the all-evil sword was still inferior to the origin force couldn't completely destroy the all-evil sword for a while. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Lin Yi, and Demon King Sea Lion were also dumbfounded. This was too ridiculously strong. It was simply beyond imagination. Erupt completely for me. Madman roared. The all-evil force in his body poured out without reservation. The all-evil sword instantly erupted with an apocalyptic power and forcibly blasted away the long sword formed by the origin force. Impossible. Princess Moon Fairy shook her head. Her face was full of disbelief. A mere evil force could actually compete with the origin force? It didn't make sense no matter how one looked at it. You're surprised by this? What's more surprising is yet to come. Madman laughed wildly. Boom. Suddenly, the all-evil sword emerged with the will of heaven. What? This is the aura of the will of heaven? Am I seeing things? How can the will of heaven appear in the all-evil sword? Not only Princess Yu Xian and Dong Hanzong, but even Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. The will of heaven, everyone knew that it would only appear in the profound law. But now, it actually appeared in the all-evil sword, which completely exceeded their understanding of the will of heaven. I'm not seeing things. This is the will of heaven. The evolved all-evil true body can add the will of heaven to the all-evil sword, increasing the power of the all-evil sword by several times. Madman laughed. The all-evil sword that contained the will of heaven slashed at the long sword formed by the origin force. With a loud crack, the long sword shattered on the spot. A few wisps of origin force were instantly obliterated. Why? Princess Yu Xian clenched her fists. It could actually obliterate a few wisps of origin force. Now the all-evil sword obviously had the upper hand. Again? Madman laughed loudly and slashed out with his sword. But just as it was about to reach the origin force, the all-evil sword suddenly turned in the air and slashed at Princess Yu Xian's domain of death. The domain of death immediately began to distort and deform, with cracks appearing one after another. This scene shocked Princess Yu Xian so much that she broke out in cold sweat. It could actually threaten the domain of death. Dong Hanzong's gaze was also trembling. What kind of monster is this? Even the forbidden seal couldn't seal the all-evil force in his body. Now, he had a very real feeling, as if he was facing an existence on the same level as the ruler of the divine kingdom. The powerful pressure made him almost unable to breathe. This guy has become too strong. White-Eyed Wolf swallowed his saliva. As a brother and a comrade, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He is indeed very strong. But it's only this one time. Because he has already consumed all the evil force in the Thousand Devil Valley. Qin Feiyang frowned. As the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, he could clearly see that there was no more evil force in the Black Tortoise world. Obviously, the madman had already absorbed all the evil force. At this moment, the madman poured all the evil force into the all-evil sword without reservation, which made the all-evil sword so powerful. In other words, now all the evil force in the Thousand Devil Valley had been consumed by the madman. The evil force was the source of the all-evil sword. Without the source, although the lethality of the all-evil sword was still very strong, it certainly couldn't be compared to now. So, that was why Qin Feiyang said that it was only this one time. In other words, in the future, it would be difficult for the madman's all-evil sword to display such lethality. Because there was no more evil force in his body now. Unless he could find another place like the Thousand Devil Valley in the future, and it had to be the same quality of evil force. Of course, there was another way. That was to keep absorbing the evil force. But, even if he kept absorbing, even if the evil force in his body could reach this level in the end, who knew how long it would take? Consume all the evil force in the Thousand Devil Valley? The White-Eyed Wolf and the others looked at each other. They had all witnessed the evil force in the Thousand Devil Valley with their own eyes. Not only was it terrifying to the extreme, but it was also impossible to measure. Originally, they had transferred the evil force to the madman to use in the future, but they didn't expect that it would be squandered away now. This guy was too extravagant. But now it seemed that this was the only way to get out of danger. It's because I can only use it once, so I have to enjoy this powerful force. The madman laughed. He could clearly feel that the all-evil sword at this moment had an invincible and indestructible force. This was the first time he felt such a powerful lethality. Of course, if he could use this opportunity to capture Princess Yu Xian, Even if he had to consume all the evil force in the Thousand Devil Valley, it would be worth it. Chapter 45:12. Come on. Let's have some fun today. The madman cackled. His scarlet eyes were like a wild beast's, making one's heart tremble. What are you being arrogant for? Princess Moon Fairy was furious. His whole body was filled with a bone-piercing cold current. As his voice fell, the dissipated origin force condensed into a long sword again, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy the world, charging towards the all-evil sword. We can't continue fighting like this. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Although the madman was very strong now, the current situation was not suitable for a protracted battle. Because Long Qin came to support them, the emperor would definitely come as well. The emperor, suddenly. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Long Qin and asked, "Where is the emperor? How did you get rid of him?" "He is so strong, how can I get rid of him? It was only because someone helped me that I was able to escape. Otherwise, I might have already died in the imperial capital mountain." Long Qin smiled bitterly. Someone helped? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at Long Qin in surprise. One had to know. That was imperial capital mountain, facing the emperor of the central dynasty, who would come to help them. Could it be, suddenly? A figure appeared in their minds at the same time. The mysterious young man. Yes, it's him. Long Qin nodded and smiled. Why would he go to imperial capital mountain? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He seems to be there for sightseeing. Long Qin said with a strange expression. Sightseeing? The corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Only he could think of going to imperial capital mountain for sightseeing. However, the mysterious young man could really do this kind of thing. Actually, sightseeing is fake, helping us is real. Qin Feiyang sighed. Help us? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Yes. Think about it, why did he go to imperial capital mountain for sightseeing at this time? Qin Feiyang smiled. White-eyed wolf thought about it carefully and nodded. You're right. This is too much of a coincidence. The power of the origin in his hands can crush the power of the origin of the divine kingdom, so he poses a greater threat to the divine kingdom than we do. Think about it, when the emperor finds out that he has come to the imperial capital mountain, how will he react? I'll definitely rush back immediately. Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. Ancestor Devil and the others nodded. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth and said, It seems that this guy is still warm-hearted. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, I am truly curious about his identity. Tell me, we are not related to him in any way, so why does he keep helping us? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When they were in the ancient realm, this person had been helping them. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that the young man was purely doing a good deed for no reason. It is indeed very strange. But there is nothing we can do about it. We have asked him more than once, but every time he would just play dumb. Tell me, we don't have the ability to force him to speak. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, his identity is not important. What is important is that he is not our enemy. Ancestor Devil smiled faintly. Everyone nodded. If this young man really became their enemy, they would probably be worried all day long like the emperor, unable to eat or sleep well. Because this person was truly an existence that no one dared to ignore. Since the young man was at the imperial capital mountain, the emperor would definitely not be able to come to support him for the time being, so the lunatic could fight without any worries. Little lunatic, take down that bitch and go home to beat your concubine. The white-eyed wolf shouted. You are courting death. Princess Moon Fairy's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, when Dong Hanzong heard the white-eyed wolf's words, he could not help but clench his fists. Princess Moon Fairy could only be his woman. Qin Feiyang, do you dare to fight? He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. The white-eyed wolf, he did not dare to challenge him. Because the white-eyed wolf's battle soul restrained his universe domain. Ancestor Devil, Mu Tianyang, Lin Yi, and Dong Xingyang. In his eyes, they were not as good as Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf. Therefore, he felt that there was no sense of accomplishment in defeating these people. Therefore, only Qin Feiyang was left. Qin Feiyang had 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and dual ultimate meaning. He was the backbone of this group of people. More importantly, he had already suffered several losses in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Therefore he wanted revenge. In front of everyone he wanted to trample Qin Feiyang under his feet and prove that he was the world's most monstrous genius. Yes. With the universe domain he did not want to lose to anyone. What's more, the Moon Fairy Princess was here now. This was a good opportunity to perform. As long as he could defeat Qin Feiyang in front of the Moon Fairy Princess, the Moon Fairy Princess would definitely look at him with new eyes. But, in the face of his provocation, Qin Feiyang directly ignored it. The way he looked at Dong Hanzong was also very strange. Do you think I'm stupid? If someone can restrain your universe domain, why would I waste my effort? You want to fight one-on-one, right? Come on, this brother will accompany you. If you have the ability, come out of the death domain. The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned, took a step forward, and stared at Dong Hanzong with a smile. Dong Hanzong's expression stiffened. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of the Moon Fairy Princess, but now the white-eyed wolf took the initiative to challenge him, making it difficult for him to back down. Because if he did not dare to accept the white-eyed wolf's challenge now, the Moon Fairy Princess might despise him in her heart. Dong Hanzong, I advise you not to play tricks in front of us. We can see what you're thinking in your heart with a single glance. You want to perform well in front of the Moon Fairy Princess, hoping to be appreciated and loved by this woman. But do you think we'll be kind enough to give you this chance? The white-eyed wolf secretly transmitted his voice, his tone was full of ridicule. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The anger in his heart was burning crazily. I'm sending you a message secretly, not letting the Moon Fairy Princess know what you're thinking. I'm already giving you enough face. So, I advise you not to embarrass yourself again. Of course. If you're willing to follow us, then it's a different story. We'll definitely help you get this woman. The white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. Dong Hanzong's eyes slightly narrowed. He did not expect these people to have such a plan. They actually wanted him to submit to them. Don't worry, you can think about it slowly. The white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. He did not expect Dong Hanzong to submit to them. The reason why he said this was purely to destroy Dong Hanzong's mentality. Boom. Crack. The battle between the lunatic and the Moon Fairy Princess had reached its climax. The lunatic naturally would not be merciful. No matter how many lives were affected, it had nothing to do with him. The Moon Fairy Princess was the same at this moment. She completely ignored those innocent lives and attacked with all her might. The fluctuations of the battle swept out in all directions like a tide. The mountains and rivers shattered and the earth collapsed. To the living beings in this area, this was a catastrophe. They had already started to escape from this place. However, there were only a few living beings who had the spacetime laws and spacetime teleportation divine artifacts. Most of them could only rely on teleportation to escape. In the end, without exception, they were all drowned by the fluctuations. Accompanied by desperate screams, they died on the spot. Is this all the power of the origin source can do? The lunatic was completely arrogant. No. Indeed, he was a little too complacent now. Of course, it was not his fault. Because all these years in the Divine Kingdom, they had been suppressed by the origin source of the Divine Kingdom. No. It was not easy to find an opportunity to counter the origin source. Naturally, they would feel proud and elated. The lunatic was proud, but the Moon Fairy Princess was in trouble. The current origin source was really no match for the all-evil sword. Wisps of origin source were constantly being annihilated. But at the same time, the aura of the all-evil sword was also slowly weakening. After all, it was not a one-sided situation. If it was a one-sided battle, the all-evil sword would definitely not be damaged. But now, although the all-evil sword could counter the origin source, the difference was actually not that big. In such a situation where they were almost evenly matched, it was naturally a self-inflicted loss. In short, while the all-evil sword was crushing the origin source was also gradually destroying the all-evil sword. Chapter 45:13. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Finally, the last strand of origin energy was destroyed. Princess Yuxian's face turned pale. It wasn't because she was injured. She had been controlling her origin energy to fight against the all-evil sword. Her origin energy wasn't a god technique, nor was it a law profound. Thus, even if it was destroyed, she wouldn't suffer a backlash. Her face turned pale because her origin energy was destroyed by the madman, causing her to lose a powerful technique. Because facing Qin Feiyang and the others, only her origin energy could suppress them. Your Highness, let's go. Dong Hanzong transmitted. The destruction of his source energy made him want to retreat immediately. Go. Princess Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. Although her origin energy was destroyed, she still had the death domain. The death domain had absolute defense. With the current all-evil sword, it was impossible to break it because the current all-evil sword was already at the end of its tether. The remaining lethality was probably less than 1% of its previous strength. Looking at Princess Yuxian's attitude, Dong Hanzong frowned. I know you're not willing. But one must adapt to the circumstances. Now that you've lost your origin energy, what's the point of fighting? At this time, anyone who was smart enough would take advantage of the death domain to escape. Otherwise, when the other party breaks your death domain, wouldn't you become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and lose your life? Clang. As expected. The madman's next target was the death domain. The all-evil sword left his hand and slashed at the death domain. Just as Princess Yuxian expected, with the current state of the all-evil sword, it was unable to shake the death domain. Even if the all-evil sword still contained the will of the heavenly Tao facing the death domain, it felt like an egg smashing against a rock. We must break the death domain. The white-eyed wolf muttered. If the death domain wasn't broken, it wouldn't be able to deal with Dong Hanzong. If it couldn't deal with Dong Hanzong's sealed God domain would seal their law force. Could be said that there was nothing more frustrating than having your law force sealed. Because you couldn't display your strength. Madman rolled his eyes and stared at Dong Hanzong, who was standing beside Princess Yuxian. He said angrily, My good grandson, don't keep hiding behind a woman. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Goading. This was because Dong Hanzong was a very prideful person. If he was provoked like this, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation and run out of the death domain himself. What did you call me? True enough. Dong Hanzong angrily glared at the madman. Didn't we have a bet in the Myriad Demons Valley? As long as I succeed in my tribulation, you will be my grandson. Hurry up. Call me Grandpa first. Let me hear it. Madman snickered. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong's eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists tightly. As a man, you have to keep your word. But to be honest, I don't want a grandson like you. Look at you. You're a man of indomitable spirit, yet you've been hiding behind a woman all this time. Madman shook his head with a look of disdain. Facing the continuous humiliation and mockery, Dong Hanzong's heart was about to go crazy. Madman sighed and looked at the Moon Fairy Princess. He shook his head and said, I'm afraid you didn't expect that the leader of the 5 great geniuses of the Central Dynasty would be so cowardly. The Moon Fairy Princess turned a deaf ear. But if one looked closely, they would notice that there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. Dong Hanzong had been observing the Moon Fairy Princess's expression the moment the madman finished speaking. So, he clearly caught the trace of disdain in the Moon Fairy Princess's eyes. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He couldn't cower like this anymore. Because if this continued, not to mention winning the Moon Fairy Princess's heart, he might even cause her to dislike him. He couldn't allow this to happen. He had to bravely stand out and stand in front of the Moon Fairy Princess. Only then would he be able to gain her appreciation. Yes, I have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, before coming here, I already split my divine soul to save my life. Even if I die, I will die with dignity. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists and stepped out of the death domain, landing in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. This scene caused Qin Feiyang and the others to be rather astonished. He actually walked out by himself? It seemed that this person cared more about his face than they thought. Dong Hanzong stared at Qin Feiyang and the madman and shouted, You too, if you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. If you don't dare, then you can take turns. The lethality of the all-evil sword had greatly decreased, so he was no longer afraid. He had full confidence in one-on-one. Take turns? My good grandson, I really thought that you had picked up your self-esteem and wanted to fight with us. But I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. If I were you, I would definitely say, Come, all of you come together. Take turns? This is really embarrassing. It's a complete lack of confidence. The madman laughed. Dong Hanzong was going crazy. If I don't come out, you have something to say. Now that I took the initiative to come out, you have something to say. Wasn't she clearly trying to embarrass him in front of the Moon Fairy Princess? He gritted his teeth and shouted, Fine, the two of you can come together. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and laughed. The madman looked at Dong Hanzong and continued, You still don't have confidence. You can't say, Let the two of us come together. You should say, Let all of us come together. Only then will you be able to gain the princess appreciation. Have you had enough? Dong Hanzong roared. Was there any point in humiliating and mocking him? You're still angry? Grandpa is educating you, understand? A man must have ambition and backbone. Otherwise, how can you become the son-in-law of the emperor? The emperor will not approve of a coward like you. The madman bared his teeth. Hearing this, the Moon Fairy Princess frowned and looked at Dong Hanzong. This person actually had such thoughts? Dong Hanzong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. This kind of thing was actually said in front of the Moon Fairy Princess? Wasn't this equivalent to pushing him into a very awkward situation? Because it had always been his wishful thinking. Now, he didn't have the courage to directly express his feelings to the Moon Fairy Princess. But he didn't expect. Now, the madman actually broke through this layer of window paper. How could he endure this? Since you're the little madman's grandson, then you're naturally my grandson. Good grandson. Now, Grandpa will teach you how to be a domineering man. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Brr. The heaven-devouring battle soul appeared. This world was immediately shrouded by a monstrous divine aura. The sealed god domain could seal strength, divine force and the power of the law, but it couldn't seal a battle soul. As long as the white-eyed wolf's battle soul appeared, the universal domain would be declared over. Chapter 45:14. Seeing the appearance of the battle soul heaven-swallowing beast, Dong Hanzong's face couldn't help but turn pale. The reason why he had been avoiding the white-eyed wolf was because the white-eyed wolf's battle soul could restrain his domain. Although Qin Feiyang's eye of heaven could also replicate the universe domain, restraining and replicating were two completely different concepts. Replication was equivalent to two people having the same means, and it was hard to tell who was better. Someone might say, didn't Qin Feiyang have the law of life and death, dual will of heaven and 3,000 incarnations? If he replicated Dong Hanzong's domain, he would definitely be stronger than Dong Hanzong. Because Dong Hanzong didn't have the law of life and death. But one had to know. The law of life and death and dual will of heaven were unable to break the invincible body. As long as one couldn't break the invincible body, even if one's means were better than the opponent, they wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. In short, the invincible body was a key factor. What is domineering? Crushing the opponent, easily crushing the opponent's proud means, making them unable to fight back, falling into the abyss of despair step by step, causing them to lose their courage. This is domineering. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. As his voice fell, the heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth. No, immediately. Accompanied by Dong Hanzong's desperate cry, the universe domain quickly left and flew towards the battle soul's mouth. He was already trying his best to stop and control the domain. But it was useless. The battle soul heaven-swallowing beast's bloody mouth was like a dark bottomless abyss that could swallow everything. No. It wasn't easy for me to stand up and face you bravely. You can't trample on my dignity like this. Dong Hanzong roared in his heart. At least give him some time to perform. Just like that, he broke his universe domain and made him lose his strongest means. Moreover, it was effortless. In comparison, he was like a piece of trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Princess Yuxian would definitely be disappointed in him if she saw this scene. I never had any hope for you, so why would I be disappointed? The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Hanzong and laughed mockingly, then looked at Princess Yuxian and laughed. Your Highness, what brother said is right. Dong Hanzong glanced at Princess Yuxian. Princess Yuxian's face was cold, without any obvious expression. However, Dong Hanzong's sharp senses caught a trace of mockery in Princess Moon Fairy's eyes. It was as if they were mocking him. No, this is not what I want. This is completely different from what I expected. Dong Hanzong was hysterical, and his heart was in a state of extreme madness. Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the 7 supreme laws were activated. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted and charged toward the white-eyed wolf. You unfilial grandson, how dare you try to kill your grandfather? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what filial piety is. As soon as the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, the war soul heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth once again. The 7 Daos of Yuan, which contained the will of the heavenly Tao, was swallowed in one gulp. There were no waves at all. Dong Hanzong's face paled. It could devour domains and ultimate profound skills. How heaven-defying was this fighting soul? Hey! The white-eyed wolf suddenly grinned. Beneath his feet, a time array suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him suspiciously. Why did this guy suddenly activate the time array? But the next moment, they understood the white-eyed wolf's purpose. Third innate ability, activate. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Third innate ability, deprive. And it was a permanent deprivation. This innate ability was enough to make any living being despair. Especially those who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. Because once the laws were deprived, not only would they lose the laws, but they would also lose the will of the heavenly Tao. It was equivalent to falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Damn it, don't go too far. Dong Hanzong was terrified to the extreme. Even when facing Dong Qingyuan, even when facing the emperor, he had never felt such fear. This fear only existed when facing the white-eyed wolf. Not only was it fear, but there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. This was because all of his heaven-defying abilities had been completely restrained. Yes, yes, yes. Only by making the other party feel fear and despair can it be worthy of the word domineering. For example, the current you. The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. In his heart he was also secretly happy. Because of the time array, the speed of depriving the laws was indeed faster than before. At that moment, the third innate ability displayed a heaven-defying power. The laws in Dong Hanzong's body emerged uncontrollably. If this was deprived, even if he split his divine soul in advance, it would be useless. After rebirth he would still lose these laws. In a moment of imminent peril, he really had a thought. Self-destruction. That's right. At present he could only self-destruct to get the laws. Want to self-destruct? Last time in the 4 continents and later in Hanzong City, you have already escaped one disaster after another. Do you think this time we will still give you the chance? A hint of contempt flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The next moment, golden wings appeared. The golden wings spread, and the will of the heavenly Tao was activated. Almost in an instant, he landed in front of Dong Hanzong and aimed a palm at Dong Hanzong's lower abdomen. There was a scream. Dong Hanzong's sea of qi exploded on the spot, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Your Highness, save me. At this moment, Dong Hanzong felt an aura of death that he had never felt before. It was as if the god of death was standing above his head. His whole body was cold, his soul was frightened, and he was desperate to the extreme. Princess Yuxian looked at Dong Hanzong. Her expression was still as indifferent as before. That attitude, it was as if she didn't care about Dong Hanzong's life or death. However, when her gaze fell on the white-eyed wolf, a hint of killing intent suddenly flashed in her eyes. Clang. Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, a fiery red thin sword appeared. The thin sword was about 3 feet long, 2 fingers wide, thin like a cicada's wing, and the shape of the sword hilt was like a soaring phoenix. Phoenix sword. This was Princess Yuxian's sovereign weapon. When the sword appeared, its sharpness swept in all directions. This is legendary level sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang and the others' eyes trembled. Because the sharpness emitted by this phoenix sword was almost on par with the Emperor's sword. They really didn't expect. This woman actually had a legendary level sovereign weapon in her hands. As expected of the Emperor's beloved daughter, the granddaughter of the Divine Kingdom's sovereign. Origin Force, Death Domain, legendary level sovereign weapon. Perhaps only the Emperor and Princess Yuxian's granddaughter could enjoy such treatment. Clang. The phoenix sword tore through the sky and attacked the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Boom. The heaven-swallowing beast's battle soul was annihilated on the spot. The white-eyed wolf's body shook, and a trace of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This made the white-eyed wolf extremely angry. Interesting. This woman must be captured. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and the life and death laws ultimate profound, as well as the 7 ultimate profound laws, roared out with monstrous divine might. Legendary level sovereign weapon? It was equivalent to 10,000 low-level sovereign weapons. This kind of lethality was also extremely terrifying. But facing Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, 8 ultimate profound laws and dual will of heaven, it was far from enough. Ignoring the quality, just the quantity. The number of ultimate profound laws activated by the 3,000 incarnations had far exceeded 10,000. Boom. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, 24,000 ultimate profound laws surged out like a torrent. Crack. With a loud sound, the phoenix sword shattered. The sovereign weapon's artifact spirit sensed the danger and hurriedly carried the battered Dong Hanzong back to the Princess Yuxian's side. With the protection of the death domain, the artifact spirit felt more at ease. Dong Hanzong looked at the Princess Yuxian's side profile and felt extremely ashamed. He originally wanted to show off and perform well, but he didn't expect to end up in such a sorry state. Most importantly, the Princess Yuxian didn't even look at him. It was as if he was a pile of air. For a moment, anger, grievance, and hatred crazily surged in his heart. This was his hatred for the white-eyed wolf. Because the white-eyed wolf had made him lose face in front of the Princess Yuxian. Your Highness, you must leave. Otherwise there might be big trouble. A voice sounded in the Princess Yuxian's mind. It was the voice of the phoenix sword. The universe domain had been devoured. Dong Hanzong couldn't activate it again before dawn. The origin power had also been destroyed. In other words, they were only left with the death domain. If the death domain was destroyed again, it would definitely be a disaster. Swish. However, the Princess Yuxian didn't respond. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Sea Lion Monster King, the White-Eyed Wolf, the Madman and Long Chen stepped out one after another, surrounding the Princess Yuxian and Dong Hanzong. Lin Yi didn't move. She had been standing beside Qin Feiyang. After all, she hadn't mastered the will of heavenly Tao yet. Facing people like the Princess Yuxian and Dong Hanzong, she still couldn't hold her own. Don't you think it's funny? Originally it was you who came to encircle us, but now it's us who encircled you. The White-Eyed Wolf smirked. If you have the ability, break the death domain. The Princess Yuxian smiled coldly. The madman's sword of all evil no longer had its previous lethality, so she had absolute confidence that even if these people joined forces, they couldn't break the absolute defense of the death domain. This was because the ruler of her grandfather's divine kingdom had used the supreme profundities of the laws of death to create this domain of death to protect her. This kind of profound meaning had far surpassed the ultimate profound meaning. Alright. Let's see how heaven-defying this death domain is. Little Qinzi, destroy it for me with all your strength. Although the White-Eyed Wolf had witnessed the power of the death domain with his own eyes, he just didn't want to believe it. Boom. The ultimate profound meaning of the 7 strongest laws appeared. This was copied for Qin Feiyang. He still had self-awareness. With his 7 ultimate profound meanings, it was impossible to shake the death domain. No. The only hope was Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. Long Qin, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Sea Lion Monster King, and the Madman looked at each other and also activated their ultimate profound meaning. Sea Lion Monster King and the Madman now both mastered 7 ultimate profound meanings. Although it was only 2 more than before, when the 3,000 clones were copied, it would be 6,000 more. 6,000 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. This number could also be called terrifying. Chapter 45:15. Your Highness. Seeing this situation, Dong Hanzong instinctively wanted to persuade Princess Yuxian to escape. Although the death domain was very strong, the people they were facing now were not ordinary people. Qin Feiyang, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, which one of them did not have heaven-defying means? It was no exaggeration to say that. With the strength of these people now, any one of them could destroy a continent. But, thinking of his previous embarrassing actions, he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could not continue to be so weak, otherwise Princess Yuxian would definitely look down on him even more. In other words, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But he did not know that Princess Yuxian did not have a good impression of him even in the past, let alone now that she had seen his weak and incompetent side with her own eyes. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars. The 3,000 incarnations of the Eye of Heaven opened at the same time. Beneath his feet, a time array appeared. The 3,000 clones stood in the time array like gods, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw them. Swish. Suddenly, Long Qin and Mu Qing also appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Dong Qin did not appear. Because now there was no need for Dong Qin to show up for the time being. The matter of Dong Qin submitting to Qin Feiyang, when necessary, indeed had to be kept a secret. After all, this matter had too many implications. If the emperor knew that Dong Qin had submitted to Qin Feiyang, Dong Qin's family would definitely suffer. Qin Feiyang naturally did not care too much about Dong Qin's family. But now, since Dong Qin had already followed him, of course he had to consider for Dong Qin. As soon as Long Qin and Mu Qing appeared, they immediately activated their ultimate profound meaning. And now, she had also mastered 7 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang 8. Long Qin, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon King Sea Lion, 7 each. Long Qin, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Demon Ancestor, Mu Qing, 6 Dao. Altogether they had 66 ultimate profound meanings. After the 3,000 clones activated and duplicated, they had a total of 198,000 ultimate profound meanings. He was 2,000 ultimate profound meanings away from 200,000. Furthermore, they all contained the will of the heavenly Tao. It was even more terrifying than the 120,000 ultimate mysteries from before. Furthermore, although the mad scientist's sword of 10,000 evil was much weaker, it was still not to be underestimated. Close to 200,000 ultimate intense hovered in the air, exuding an apocalyptic aura. When Dong Hanzong saw this scene, he was unable to control the fear in his heart. His whole body was trembling. Your Highness, the Phoenix sword was very anxious. Don't worry. This is the death domain formed from the supreme profundity of the laws of death. No one can break it. Princess Moon Fairy clenched her fists. To be honest, she was also a little nervous. But her pride did not allow her to run away. Because she was the daughter of the emperor, the granddaughter of the divine kingdom's ruler, and the princess of the central dynasty. She represented the entire Dong family, the imperial power, and the dignity of all the people. If she ran away here, the entire central dynasty would be shamed because of her cowardice. As a princess, she was born with wealth and glory, but at the same time, she also had to bear responsibilities that others did not have. Kill. The 3,000 clones roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Along with the roar, close to 200,000 ultimate intents suddenly charged toward the death domain. Although there were not 200,000 ultimate intents, their lethality had already surpassed 200,000 ultimate intents. Because Qin Feiyang's ultimate intents had 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the lethality of the life and death ultimate intents far surpassed the strongest ultimate intents. Looking at this scene, Dong Hanzong and the Phoenix Sword's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely nervous. It's impossible to break the death domain. Grandfather personally said that although the ultimate intents evolved from the supreme profundity cannot compare to the origin power of the divine kingdom, the difference is not much. The Moon Fairy Princess muttered. However, her tightly clenched fists and serious expression were enough to show the uneasiness in her heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, rumble. The ultimate intents attacked. A wave of destructive energy suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. This world immediately fell into an apocalyptic state. Mountains and rivers were annihilated and the sky collapsed. The void within a radius of a few 100 million miles instantly turned into chaos, as if the world had just been created. It was also at this moment that it was unknown how many living beings had died under this wave of energy. Not even a drop of blood was left. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. At the center of the battlefield, the death domain protected the Moon Fairy Princess, Dong Hanzong and the Phoenix Sword. Qin Feiyang and the others all stared fixedly at the death domain. The death domain gradually began to distort and change shape. The scene. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. Since the death domain was distorting and changing shape, it meant that these ultimate intents were enough to shake the death domain. Dong Hanzong also stared at the death domain. Looking at the constantly distorting death domain, he was about to collapse. Although all the ultimate intents were blocked outside the death domain, he could still clearly feel the terrifying destructive power through the death domain. Once the death domain was broken, they would all be buried here. It will definitely work, the Moon Fairy Princess murmured. Unknowingly, her hands were already bleeding. This was because she used too much strength in her hands, and her nails pierced the flesh of her palms. However, she was completely unaware. Gradually, the waves subsided. The distorting death domain also slowly calmed down. Qin Feiyang and the others were immediately dumbfounded. Nearly 200,000 ultimate intents of the ultimate intents of the ultimate intents couldn't break the death domain? What the hell? What exactly was this thing? Wasn't he too ridiculously powerful? No way. It really blocked it? Dong Hanzong was also stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He knew nothing about the death domain. It felt similar to the origin power. Although it didn't have any destructive power, its defensive power was really terrifying. When he came back to his senses, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but laugh. The Moon Fairy Princess also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her face was once again brimming with a confident smile. You can't even break the death domain and you still want to go against the entire central dynasty? You idiots, you really know how to daydream. Dong Hanzong laughed proudly. It was as if he was the master of the death domain. Stupid, the demon ancestor murmured, looking at Dong Hanzong. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes and said, "Say it again." Not convinced? If you are smart, why would you have such a ridiculous idea? How can our central dynasty be shaken by trash from a low-level civilization like you? Dong Hanzong laughed wildly. In the eyes of these creatures from the central dynasty, the Sky Cloud realm was a lowly low-level civilization, and it couldn't be compared to their divine kingdom. Low-level civilization. Trash? The demon ancestor took a deep breath and laughed. In that case, I will let you experience how terrifying we low-level civilization trash are. 3,000 clones open. Boom. Following the demon ancestor's roar, 3,000 identical clones instantly appeared behind the demon ancestor. What? You also have 3,000 clones? Who are you to Qin Feiyang? Dong Hanzong's expression changed abruptly. The Moon Fairy Princess's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Qin Feiyang and I? If you want to explain, it might be a little complicated. In fact, he is my junior because his ancestor, Qin Badian, and I were brothers who went through fire and water together. As for the 3,000 clones, this might be the so-called coincidence of fate. The demon ancestor smiled faintly, looking at the 3,000 clones behind him and said, "Come, give them a fatal blow." Boom. The 3,000 clones immediately activated their ultimate mysteries. The demon ancestor had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries, and after the 3,000 clones activated, he had a total of 18,000 ultimate mysteries. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, Longqin, Sea Lion Demon King, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qin, and Mu Tianyang all activated their ultimate mysteries again. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and the 3,000 clones cloned again. See if you can copy the ultimate mysteries activated by my 3,000 clones. The demon ancestor transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the demon ancestor. Let his 3,000 clones copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones? He had never thought of this before. Could it be copied? If it could be copied, one of his clones could copy 18,000 ultimate mysteries. 10 clones would be 108,000 ultimate mysteries. 100, 1,000, even 3,000 clones, how many could he copy in the end? After calculating, it should be 54 million ultimate mysteries. This number directly stunned Qin Feiyang. 54 million ultimate mysteries, and all of them contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps even the origin force of the divine kingdom could be easily destroyed. Thinking about it, Qin Feiyang's heart burned. He immediately looked at the 3,000 clones and shouted, "Quickly try to copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones." When Frenzy and the others heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones? Was this fellow sure he wasn't joking? It was hard to imagine how terrifying the scene would be if he succeeded in copying it. He must be crazy. He and the demon ancestor both have 3,000 clones. How can they copy each other's ultimate mysteries? Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, Dong Hanzong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Don't be nervous. They definitely can't do such a ridiculous thing. Because this kind of thing is already against the heavens. Princess Moon Fairy shook her head. If they dared to do this, the heavens wouldn't allow it. However, she was still quite nervous in her heart. Because she also knew what kind of situation the Central Dynasty would face in the future if Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones were successfully copied with the Eye of Heaven. At that time, Qin Feiyang would be truly invincible. Even the origin force couldn't suppress him. It can work, it definitely can work. After the White-Eyed Wolf and the others calmed down, they couldn't help but look forward to it excitedly. Especially the White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy. As good brothers who had gone through fire and water together, they naturally hoped that Qin Feiyang could succeed. Chapter 45:17. Everyone was nervously looking forward to it. Of course. For Dong Hanzong and Princess Yuxian, they were definitely not looking forward to it. Because once Qin Feiyang successfully replicated it, the calamity of the Central Dynasty would descend. After all, the strongest person in the Divine Kingdom, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, wasn't in the Divine Kingdom. Who could suppress Qin Feiyang? 3,000 purple gold dragon souls floated in the air, releasing a monstrous dragon aura. The Eye of Heaven was like a bright moon, flickering with divine light. However, facing the ultimate meaning of the ancestor demon's 3,000 incarnations, it still couldn't replicate it. What's going on? Could it be that it can't be replicated? The White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy gradually frowned. If it could be replicated, it should have replicated some of the ultimate meaning long ago. But now, so much time had passed and not even one of the ultimate meaning was replicated. Impossible. The Eye of Heaven, apart from physical objects, is said to be able to replicate everything. Mu Tianyang muttered. The so-called physical objects referred to things like divine artifacts. But the ultimate meaning wasn't physical. It was no different from the ultimate meaning that was replicated in the past battles. But why couldn't it be replicated? Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with disbelief. He was looking forward to replicating it, but the result was that it couldn't be replicated. Was it really because it was too heaven-defying that even the heavens didn't allow it? Another moment passed. In the end, not even one of the ultimate meaning was replicated. This confirmed that it couldn't be replicated. As expected. You guys are just wishful thinking. Dong Hanzong laughed. The ridicule between his eyebrows was undisguised. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Hanzong, their eyes flashing coldly. A person who only dares to hide behind a woman, what's there to be arrogant about? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Dong Hanzong immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. What? Did I touch your sore spot and make you feel uncomfortable? The white-eyed wolf sneered. What are you so proud of? As long as Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven is unable to replicate the ultimate profundity of the ancestral devil's 3,000 avatars, you will not be able to break through the death domain. Even if we stand here and let you kill us, you don't have the ability to do so. Scram as soon as possible, don't make a fool of yourself here. Dong Hanzong retorted. What a joke. Is this your death domain? What does it have to do with you? Stop being so cocky. Do you really think you're someone important? Do you know how to spell the word clown? If you don't know, I'll teach you. Wasn't this just asking for a scolding? Since you don't have the ability, just stay at the side and don't talk. No one will treat you as a mute. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The words clown were like steel needles that pierced into his heart. He had been proud and unyielding all his life, and what he couldn't stand the most was others looking down on him. I can see that under your insufferably arrogant appearance, there's actually a heart of inferiority. When others say something, you feel that they are humiliating and mocking you. A person like you is really pitiful. But there's nothing you can do about it. Who asked you to be born in a lowly family? You were born with the lowest status, so you desperately tried to prove yourself and desperately climbed up. In order to get the respect of others, in order to get the status and power you want, in order to satisfy your ambitions and desires, you will do anything regardless of the means. However, it's useless. No matter how hard you work, no matter how high your status is, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to change your lowly fate. The white-eyed wolf's words could be said to be ruthless. It was tantamount to directly tearing open Dong Hanzong's scars. Every word was a gem. Dong Hanzong instantly entered a state of rage. You haven't experienced the setbacks I've experienced, nor have you suffered the pain I've suffered. What qualifications do you have to criticize me and boast shamelessly here? Dong Hanzong roared. His entire person instantly rushed out of the death domain. The 7 ultimate laws were activated, and like a mad beast, he madly pounced on the white-eyed wolf. Don't think too highly of yourself. In terms of setbacks and pain, none of us are less than you. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward, and the 7 ultimate laws were activated. Boom. In an instant, the 14 ultimate laws collided with a loud bang, erupting with a monstrous divine power that annihilated all directions. I'm going to tear you apart. Dong Hanzong roared in anger. He was like a mad beast. His eyes were blood red. Because every sentence that the white-eyed wolf said before had hit his sore spot. It made his heart almost collapse. He violently stretched out his hands. His blood-stained hands were like the devil's claws, grabbing at the white-eyed wolf's head. If it were others, you would definitely have the ability to tear them apart, but in front of me you don't have the ability. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of contempt. With a spread of his golden wings, his speed suddenly soared. In just an instant, he calmly avoided Dong Hanzong and appeared behind him. Without the universe domain, what are you? What's the difference between you and an ordinary will of heaven? No. Even if you can activate your universe domain now in front of me, it's still too weak to withstand a single blow. I'm the bane of your life, the nightmare of your life. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. He slapped at Dong Hanzong's back. Ah! With a painful scream, Dong Hanzong immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteorite, and his chi-si was shattered on the spot. Look who can save you now. The white-eyed wolf laughed cruelly. He swooped down like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the dust below. Dong Hanzong's chi-si was destroyed, and he had lost all his cultivation. Even if he wanted to self-destruct now, he couldn't do it. Previously, Princess Yuxian used the Phoenix Sword to save Dong Hanzong, but now the Phoenix Sword was severely damaged and its origin force was destroyed, so Princess Yuxian no longer had the ability to save Dong Hanzong. In other words, the current Dong Hanzong was equivalent to a dead dog waiting to die. Whoosh! Very soon, the white-eyed wolf rushed out from the dust again. In his hand was a blood-stained corpse. It was Dong Hanzong. However, the white-eyed wolf's face was extremely ugly at this moment. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf's expression, and then looked at Dong Hanzong who was in his hand. There was no breath left. In other words, now this was a worthless corpse. What happened? Long Qin frowned. This bastard, he destroyed his own divine soul. The white-eyed wolf was annoyed. He thought that Dong Hanzong had completely lost his mind and was going to risk his life with him, but he didn't expect that he was actually playing a trick on him. With his divine soul destroyed, even if he obtained Dong Hanzong's corpse, it would be meaningless. Because he couldn't control it. He couldn't deprive him of his ultimate meaning. Bastard! You are really getting luckier each time. The white-eyed wolf roared and the power of law surged out, directly shattering Dong Hanzong's corpse. He then looked up at Princess Wuxia and laughed cruelly. This is your Central Dynasty's peerless genius, don't you think it's ridiculous? They are self-proclaimed. Princess Wuxia said with an expressionless face. The white-eyed wolf was startled and said mockingly, that means you don't really approve of them. It's not important whether I approve or not. What's important is that they are approved by the world. Princess Wuxia said faintly. There was no obvious emotion in her voice. What about you? You are the only one left, aren't you afraid? How about this, be Little Chen's concubine and we will let you go. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Long Chen's mouth twitched, his face darkened. He didn't even have a wife now, how could he talk about being a concubine? Princess Wuxia's eyes turned cold and said in a deep voice, watch your attitude. Attitude? Ha! In the eyes of the Central Dynasty's beings, you are a princess unreachable. But in our eyes, you are no different from an ordinary woman. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. No different from an ordinary woman? Princess Wuxia murmured. He actually dared to say such words in front of her. He was truly audacious. Chapter 45:18. Because such words were already challenging the dignity of the royal family. She was a princess who was born noble and extraordinary. How could those ordinary women compare to her? Comparing her to an ordinary woman was a form of humiliation to her. Still not convinced? Look at little Qinzi's wife, mermaid princess. Look at my brother and little Crazy's fiancé, and our little fire lotus. Which one of them is not ordinary? But they are all better than you, prettier than you, and more capable than you. Most importantly, they are kinder than you. They never feel superior and look down on others just because of their strength. The white-eyed wolf laughed disdainfully. The princess of the divine kingdom was indeed beautiful. But no matter how beautiful a woman was, what was the use if she did not have a good personality? Besides, in terms of beauty, the mermaid princess, fire dance, Zhou Shaoxian, and fire lotus were not inferior to her. Even if it was Long Qin, she could still be on par with this woman. They are just a few women from an inferior civilization. How can they be compared to me? The moon fairy princess laughed coldly. She was not convinced in her heart. She was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Central Dynasty. But now, she was being refuted? Inferior civilization? Haha, don't always talk about inferior civilization. I think the divine kingdom is not very advanced. If we really want to talk about status, Longqin's status is not lower than yours. But what about her? I don't seem to have seen such arrogance like yours. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The moon fairy princess immediately looked at Long Qin. Why mention me for no reason? Long Qin raised her eyebrows. She did not want to argue with others, especially when the other party was a woman. It was too childish. Her status? If I tell you, I'm afraid you will be shocked. She is the princess of the dragons. She has a noble status and is born extraordinary. As for other things, I choose to keep them a secret for now. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously. The identities of Long Chen and Long Qin had to be kept a secret. After all, this was the Ice Dragon's advice. Princess Dragons, Princess Moon Immortal whispered. She had no doubt about that. Ever since she saw Long Qin, she saw a unique temperament in Long Qin. This temperament was extremely similar to her temperament. He was born with pride. He was born with an air of nobility. As the princess of a clan, why are you willing to wallow in the mire with these humans? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Princess Moon Fairy stared at Long Qin and asked in confusion. What? Long Qin was stunned. Who would have thought that the Moon Fairy Princess would say something like this? Human? Are you not human? As humans, wasn't it preposterous to say that they were in cahoots with humans? He even said that it was embarrassing? Although they were of different races, they were all young people. Moreover, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to yours. What was there to be embarrassed about? From these words, it was not difficult to see that the princess of the Central Dynasty was too proud. This reminded Long Qin of herself in the past. Wasn't she as proud as the Moon Fairy Princess in the past? If you want to ask if I hate them, I can tell you that I hate them very much. But that was in the past. In the past, my dislike for them was no less than yours now. In fact, I wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Do you know why? Long Qin asked. What? Princess Moon Fairy frowned. Because I have a grudge against them for exterminating my clan. In the past I was like you now. I thought that I was better than others. These guys were always baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in front of me. They were arrogant and despotic. They did not put me, the Princess of Dragons, in their eyes at all. My feelings in the past were probably the same as yours now. However, as I slowly got along with them, I realized that they are actually quite cute. They are different from us. Most of us think of ourselves, which is the so-called selfishness. But they are different. They think of all the people in the world, justice and justice. So now, not only do I not hate them, but I also admire and like them. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, Long Qin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile in her eyes. No matter how different they are, they can't make you forget the grudge of exterminating your clan. Princess Moon Fairy frowned. Of course I can't forget the grudge of exterminating my clan. But now that I think about it, who was right and who was wrong? I want to ask you, have you ever thought about this question? If the Divine Kingdom didn't invade the Sky Cloud realm, would we have come to the Divine Kingdom now? No. I'm afraid that even now, we don't know that there is a Divine Kingdom in this world. So, if you have time, you can think about it by yourself. Who was right and who was wrong in this grudge between us? Long Qin shook her head, feeling a myriad of emotions. Everyone was forced to do so. If it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom forcing them, how could they have come to this point? Princess Moon Fairy fell silent. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Long Qin in surprise. They didn't expect Long Qin to say such words. If it were Long Qin, they wouldn't be surprised at all because he was such a man. But Long Qin's woman was unprecedented. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even Long Qin looked at his sister as if he had discovered a new continent. Because as a brother and sister, he knew the people of Long Qin the best. Although everyone was getting along well now, he knew that Long Qin hadn't completely let go of the hatred in her heart. She had just been restraining herself and trying to make herself forget. So, he had been very worried. But he never expected that Long Qin would say such unexpected words. Although surprised, he was also very happy. Because when these words came out, it meant that his sister had completely let go of the hatred in her heart and sincerely accepted Qin Feiyang and the others. Right and wrong, suddenly, the silent Princess Moon Fairy murmured. Then she looked up at Long Qin and sneered, "You're really naive. How can there be right and wrong in this world? There's only strength and power. Only when you're strong enough and have enough power can you control the life and death of others and dominate the fate of all things in the world." At the end of her words, the Princess Moon Fairy's eyes flashed coldly. Her body emitted a bone-piercing cold current. She was like a ruthless queen, making people feel a sense of reverence for her. So, I really feel sorry for you. Although you have a deep foundation, a strong background, and a family background that countless people envy, these things are destroying you step by step, making you lose the sympathy and compassion that you should have. Long Qin shook her head, feeling a little regretful. Sympathy, compassion. That's something that only the weak have. I don't have it, Princess Moon Fairy said. Her cold eyes revealed a kind of ruthless coldness. Chapter 45:19. Stubborn. Long Qin shook her head. To be honest, looking at the Moon Fairy Princess now, she seemed to be looking at herself in the past. Wasn't she the same in the past? Change needed time. It also needed a price. For example, the price she paid was the destruction of the entire dragons. Therefore, looking at the Moon Fairy Princess now, she really wanted to help her because she didn't want the Moon Fairy Princess to follow in her footsteps. Only when she lost all her clansmen, relatives, and friends would she know how to repent. It's not that I'm stubborn, it's that you're willing to degrade yourself. A person from a low-level civilization like you, no matter how high your status is, has no redeeming qualities. The Moon Fairy Princess mocked. Who are you saying is willing to degrade myself? Do you really think that we can't break your death domain just because we can't copy the ultimate profound meaning of the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations? The white-eyed wolf shouted angrily. Seeing Long Qin being mocked, he felt inexplicably unhappy. Come and try if you have the ability. The Moon Fairy Princess looked at the white-eyed wolf provocatively. A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Little Qin Zi, if you can't copy the ultimate profound meaning, then copy the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations." Copy 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. 3,000 incarnations. It seemed that he could copy them. Because when he fought with the demon ancestor in Great Qin, he hadn't mastered all 3,000 incarnations. At that time, it was because he and the inner demons opened the Eye of Heaven and copied the demon ancestor's 3,000 incarnations that they defeated him. With this thought, he immediately let his 3,000 incarnations copy the demon ancestor's 3,000 incarnations. The Moon Fairy Princess looked at this scene and her pupils shrank slightly. If the demon ancestor's 3,000 incarnations were successfully copied, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Because one of Qin Feiyang's incarnations could copy the demon ancestor's 3,000 incarnations. 10 30,000. 100 300,000. 1,000 3 million. 3,000 9 million. In other words, if Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations were successfully copied, it would be enough to copy 9 million incarnations. Even if each incarnation could only activate 6 ultimate profound meanings, it would be a total of 540,000. Actually, all in all, there wasn't much difference between duplicating 3,000 clones and duplicating an ultimate intent. It was just that the method was different. However, what surprised Qin Feiyang was that his 3,000 avatars were unable to replicate the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 avatars. Why is this happening? White-Eyed Wolf was also in disbelief. Back in Great Qin, before the Eye of Heaven had evolved, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons had been able to use the Eye of Heaven to create the Demon Lord's 3,000 clones, so why couldn't they do it now? By right. Now that the Eye of Heaven had completed its evolution, it should be easier to replicate it. Something's not right. Suddenly, the Fiend Ancestor said, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "I remember that back in Great Qin when you made 3,000 of my clones, it was you who made the clones." The Fiend Ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang. "I myself," Qin Feiyang muttered. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surfaced in his mind. That was indeed the case. Back then, he had activated the Eye of Heaven and successfully duplicated the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones. Could it be that the things between the 3,000 clones couldn't be replicated? Thinking of this, in order to verify this point, Qin Feiyang immediately activated the Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Eye of Heaven activate. In the blink of an eye, in front of the Purple Gold Dragon Soul, there were 3,000 more clones. These 3,000 clones were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Successful replication, Qin Feiyang muttered. Sure enough, he needed to activate the Eye of Heaven to replicate it. How could this be? Princess Moon Fairy muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Such powerful 3,000 clones that were comparable to heaven-defying were actually replicated by the Eye of Heaven? It was fine if the replication was successful, but why were the 3,000 clones of the Fiend Ancestor exactly the same as Qin Feiyang? This was just like Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones. Because logically speaking, replicating the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones was equivalent to replicas, and the replicas should naturally be the same as the Fiend Ancestor. The Eye of Heaven replicates the divine art, replicating the divine art itself. In other words, although on the surface I'm replicating the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones, in reality, I'm replicating the 3,000 clones' divine art itself. Back then, when Qin Feiyang and the inner demons replicated the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones in Great Qin, they replicated themselves and not the Fiend Ancestor. To put it simply, the Eye of Heaven didn't replicate the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones, but the divine art that the Fiend Ancestor had mastered. By replicating the 3,000 clones' divine art that the Fiend Ancestor had mastered, the 3,000 clones would naturally be Qin Feiyang. Although it's a pity that the clones can't replicate each other, being able to replicate the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 clones can also double my combat strength. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. His 3,000 clones and the 3,000 clones added up to a total of 6,000 clones. Previously, the 3,000 clones replicated close to 200,000 ultimate meanings. Now, the 6,000 clones replicated close to 400,000 ultimate meanings. In addition, the Fiend Ancestor had already activated 3,000 clones and had a total of 18,000 ultimate meanings. In other words, now Qin Feiyang and the others had more than 400,000 ultimate meanings. It could be said that, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's strength skyrocketed. Because as the number of clones multiplied, his life and death law ultimate meanings, as well as the 7 supreme laws ultimate meanings, would also double. Previously, close to 200,000 ultimate meanings could threaten the death domain. Now, with more than 400,000 ultimate meanings, Qin Feiyang believed that it could definitely destroy the death domain. Although the death domain was strong, it wasn't hard to see that it was still lacking compared to the power of origin. Moreover, when the madman came out of the Black Tortoise realm and absorbed all the evil energy in the Thousand Demons Valley, the lethality of the All-Demon Sword was comparable to the power of origin. At that time, it had caused a fatal blow to the Death Domain. Although it didn't collapse, cracks had already appeared in the Death Domain. And these cracks weren't just one or two. It could be said that the madman's sword had greatly reduced the power of the Death Domain. Otherwise, with the Death Domain at its peak state, 200,000 ultimate meanings couldn't pose a threat to it. Although I don't want to admit it, this Death Domain is really strong. The Fiend Ancestor was filled with emotions. Yes. Previously, I had already heavily damaged the Death Domain, but now even 200,000 ultimate meanings can't destroy it. However, I believe that with more than 400,000 ultimate meanings, I can definitely destroy it. The madman clenched his fists. They really couldn't understand what this domain of death had evolved from. The degree of strength was actually close to the power of origin. That's right. Although the Death Domain at its peak state couldn't compare to the power of origin, it was just a little bit weaker. Some people might think that it wasn't a big deal to be a little bit weaker, but this was compared to the power of origin. The power of origin of the Divine Kingdom was obvious to all. The Death Domain's power was just a little bit weaker than the power of origin. What kind of concept was this? It could be said that this Death Domain was equivalent to an invincible existence. Break. A calm voice sounded. That's right. At this moment, the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others calmed down instead. As the voice sounded, all the ultimate meanings carried a monstrous might as they attacked the Death Domain. Boom. In an instant, the Death Domain collapsed. Princess Yuxian, who was standing inside, had a change in expression as her eyes revealed despair. Madman Mo, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you off. This was her roar when she was about to be drowned by the ultimate meanings. Because she hated it. If it wasn't for the madman's initial sword that caused serious damage to the Death Domain, Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't have been able to break the Death Domain. Turn into a ghost? You're dreaming. Let me tell you, I won't even let you become a ghost. The madman laughed. The all-evil sword in his hand also released a monstrous sharpness as it slashed forward. Ghost? Now. Could it be, she didn't split her divine soul in advance to save her life? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at Princess Yuxian in shock. If she left her divine soul to save her life, she definitely wouldn't say such a thing. This woman was really confident. Even someone like Dong Hanzong left his divine soul in advance to save his life, but she didn't. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. With the Death Domain, the Origin Force, and the Phoenix Sword, even someone like Dong Hanzong who was afraid of death wouldn't leave his divine soul in advance to save his life. This was the source of her confidence. But the fact that Princess Yuxian didn't leave her divine soul to save her life was really good news for them. Because this way Princess Yuxian was even more valuable. Leave her alive. Qin Feiyang shouted. At the same time, all of the ultimate mysteries stopped. Only the madman's all-evil sword continued to attack Princess Yuxian. One sword heavily injured her. Princess Yuxian spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot as her body was torn apart. Even half of her divine soul was destroyed. As for the Phoenix Sword, only a small fragment was left. You err. But at this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Mother? Princess Yuxian's remnant soul also immediately called out weakly. Mother? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked as they quickly raised their heads to look. They saw a white-clothed woman breaking through the air like lightning. The origin force around her roared, emitting an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The woman was about 30 years old. She was dressed very simply. But it still couldn't hide her shocking charm. Her skin was crystal clear, and her figure was tall like a young girl. Princess Yuxian's appearance was extremely similar to this woman. Even if you didn't know in advance, when the mother and daughter stood together, you would think that they were a pair of sisters. However, her beautiful appearance and charming figure were only secondary. The most important thing was the origin force around the woman. That origin force was like a storm roaring around her. No one knew how much of it there was. Chapter 45:20. Seeing this origin energy, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't remain calm. Because they all felt a fatal danger. Even if these 400,000 ultimates reached the white-clothed woman, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. How dare you hurt my daughter? The white-clothed woman's body was filled with a bone-chilling cold. In an instant, the origin energy around her turned into a giant dragon, shattering the void and the earth as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. We're not her match, let's go. Frenzy shouted. Even if he had the all-evil sword, he didn't have any confidence facing this white-clothed woman. Boom. The group waved their hands at the same time. The 400,000 ultimates that stopped in the void suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed towards the giant dragon formed by the origin energy. Following closely, Qin Feiyang activated his dual willpower of the heavenly Tao and split time. He arrived in front of Princess Yuxian's remnant soul in a single step and grabbed it in his hand. Then he prepared to grab the Phoenix Divine Sword fragment. Although there was only a fragment left of the Phoenix Sword, the artifact spirit was still hiding in the fragment. Seeing Qin Feiyang reach out for it, it immediately turned and fled. Looking at the white-clothed woman, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and decisively abandoned the Phoenix Sword. He turned around and returned to the white-eyed wolf and the others. He swept up a group of people and escaped without looking back. "Madam, save His Highness." The artifact spirit of the Phoenix Sword roared. The white-clothed woman's face was as calm as water. She kept the Phoenix Sword into the spatial divine item and chased after it like lightning. Boom. The giant dragon formed by the origin energy also clashed with the 400,000 ultimates. Although there were only 400,000 ultimates on the surface, in terms of lethality, it might exceed 500,000 ultimates. This was because the ultimates that Qin Feiyang's 6,000 incarnations activated had dual will of the heavenly Tao. The 6,000 ultimates of the law of life and death were even more terrifying. However, even so, in the face of the giant dragon formed from the origin energy, these ultimate mysteries were unable to resist at all. They were instantly annihilated. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but tremble. How much origin energy was there? It turned out that this imperial madam was the hidden big boss. It was too terrifying. In front of this white-robed woman, Princess Yuxian's origin energy was like a small stream in front of the sea. "Let go of my daughter and I'll spare your lives," the woman said gloomily. There was also a trace of anxiousness on his face. Because Qin Feiyang grasped two wills of the heavenly Tao, she could not catch up to him with her speed. 3,000 clones, stop her. Qin Feiyang and Devil Ancestor shouted at the same time. They didn't care about the woman's words at all. Because if they really let Princess Yuxian go, they would definitely die even faster. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang's 6,000 avatars and the Fiend Ancestor's 3,000 avatars simultaneously attacked the white-dressed woman. "You're courting death." The white-robed woman was stunned. The giant dragon formed by the origin energy roared, and the 9,000 avatars did not have the slightest ability to resist and died on the spot. This woman's origin energy is probably more than the Emperor's. I didn't expect the ruler of the Divine Kingdom to trust this daughter-in-law so much. Mu Tianyang muttered. His expression was full of fear. "What are you afraid of? As long as she doesn't have two wills of the heavenly Tao, she can't catch up to us." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. So what if the origin energy was strong? It was only useful if she could catch up to them. At this moment, they also completely realized the importance of having two wills of the heavenly Tao. Without two wills of the heavenly Tao facing the Emperor couple, let alone fighting them, they might not even have the qualification to escape. At the same time, in the distance, the inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at this scene and frowned. Obviously, the origin energy possessed by the Imperial Madam was giving them a headache. "Lu Yintian, Lu Yunfeng, come here immediately." Suddenly, the white-robed woman's voice sounded. The inner demons was taken aback. She knew they were hiding here? She should have sensed our aura. Lu Jijin whispered, his eyes flashing slightly, and whispered, "Quickly destroy your physical body." Because previously, the inner demons had activated his fighting soul and his physical body had been rebuilt, so now, if he destroyed his physical body, the white-robed woman would definitely ask him to help chase after Qin Feiyang and the others. Okay. The inner demons nodded and suddenly slapped himself. His physical body was shattered on the spot. Following closely, their divine souls rushed toward the white-robed woman. "Only divine souls are left?" The white-robed woman turned to look at the two and frowned immediately. "Sorry. It's all our fault for being useless," the two said with a face full of self-blame. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and looked back at Qin Feiyang and the others in front of her, and said in a deep voice, "State your conditions." Qin Feiyang was stunned, his eyes flashed slightly and asked, "Any conditions?" In his heart he smiled bitterly. Back then, they actually wanted to capture the Emperor, this woman, and blackmail her. Who would have thought that she was the most terrifying person? "Any conditions?" The white-robed woman nodded. "That's what you said. Give us your origin energy, Qin Feiyang said. As long as they could get the white-robed woman's origin energy, they would have the capital to contend with the emperor. They originally thought that the white-robed woman would definitely refuse, because the origin energy was her strongest means. Once they lost the origin energy, the mother and daughter would become their prisoners. But unexpectedly, when the white-robed woman heard Qin Feiyang's words, she nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. "Isn't this too refreshing?" It made them feel unreal. The white-robed woman said again, "But I can only give you half." Qin Feiyang frowned. "No, you must give us all." The white-eyed wolf roared. "If I give all of it to you, I'm afraid your appetite is too small and you can't handle it." The white-robed woman's eyes were gloomy. He really knew how to ask for an exorbitant price. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about whether I can handle it or not. If you don't agree, we will kill your daughter now." The white-robed woman's heart sank. But suddenly, her eyes flashed and she sneered and said, "Kill her, do whatever you want." Anyway, she left her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain. She left her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "I really didn't expect that the dignified emperor's wife would talk nonsense." "What do you mean?" The white-robed woman raised her eyebrows. "What I mean is, you can ignore others, but if you want to ignore us, you are still a little lacking. Long before you came, I had already judged from your daughter's words that she did not leave her soul in advance to save her life. Besides, even if she did leave her soul to save her life, so what? When the white-eyed wolf deprives her of her cultivation and laws, she will survive. She will only be a cripple." Qin Feiyang sneered. The white-robed woman clenched her fists. That's right. She was bluffing Qin Feiyang and the others. Princess Yuxian did not leave her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain in advance. It was also because of this news that she was worried that something would happen to Princess Yuxian here. That was why she immediately came out of seclusion and rushed here. But she didn't expect that she was still a step too late. "Keep your word. As long as you give us all the origin energy, we will immediately let her go," Qin Feiyang said. The white-robed woman gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "All right, I promise you." Finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, the giant dragon formed by the origin energy immediately dissipated in the void. Its aura also gradually weakened, and no one could feel the slightest threat from it. "I've really earned a lot." The white-eyed wolf's heart was burning with passion. He was about to turn around and take it. But suddenly, the devil ancestor stopped him and shook his head. "Just in case, we won't go over ourselves. Let's send our incarnations over." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He turned to look at the devil ancestor and bared his teeth. "You're really considerate." If the white-robed woman was playing tricks on them and waited for the white-eyed wolf to run over and suddenly attack, wouldn't they become a bargaining chip in her hands? So, he had to make sure nothing went wrong. When facing such a person, we have to be careful. The devil ancestor laughed. An incarnation appeared and flew towards the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman looked at the incarnation with a hint of anger on her face. This group of young people was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. It seemed that she could only obediently hand over the origin energy. Very soon, the incarnation of the devil ancestor landed in front of the white-robed woman and directly stretched out his hand. The white-robed woman raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You better not go back on your word." "Don't worry. We always keep our word." Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and waved her hand. All the origin energy immediately landed in front of the incarnation of the devil ancestor. The incarnation swept up the origin energy and turned to rush towards Qin Feiyang and the others. During this period, the white-robed woman did not play any tricks. The white-eyed wolf immediately went forward and snatched the origin energy from the incarnation. His eyes were full of radiance. With this origin energy, why would he be afraid of the emperor? "Let her go." The white-robed woman stared at Qin Feiyang. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. He loosened his grip. Princess Yuxian's remnant soul immediately broke free and flew towards the white-robed woman. The reunion of mother and daughter is really touching. However, it's better for you to die, lest you become a threat to us in the future. The white-eyed wolf looked at the mother and daughter and suddenly laughed. The origin energy in front of him immediately turned into a huge heaven-devouring beast and charged towards the mother and daughter. "You!" The white-robed woman quickly rushed out and protected Princess Yuxian's remnant soul. She then stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with eyes full of anger. "Don't stare at us like that." Because we have indeed released your daughter, so we did not go back on our word. The white-eyed wolf laughed. You are ruthless. It is not without reason that you can be so arrogant in my divine kingdom for so long. However, you want to kill us, mother and daughter? You are delusional. The white-robed woman's face was frosty. Bang. The next moment, another surge of origin power rushed out of her body. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, this origin energy turned into a huge dragon and roared in the sky, destroying the world. What? There is actually more. Qin Feiyang and the others had a change of expression. Right now, the origin energy summoned by this woman was not any less than the one in the white-eyed wolf's hands. It was even more. It was unimaginable. How much origin energy did she have in her hands? Chapter 45:21. White-eyed wolf, quickly withdraw your origin energy. The demon ancestor growled. The other party had more origin energy than them. They definitely couldn't beat the other party. The most important thing was, at that time, the origin energy would be completely destroyed by the other party. It wasn't easy to obtain this origin energy. If it was destroyed by the woman in white, it would be too much of a pity. So, they had to protect this origin energy and save it for the most critical moment. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and immediately withdrew his origin energy. Qin Feiyang rolled up a group of people and once again activated momentary time. Dual will of heavenly Tao and frantically escaped. Who knew if this woman still had any origin energy in her body? Escaping from this place and getting rid of this woman was the wisest choice. Damn it. The woman in white cursed and didn't chase after them, because she knew that it was impossible for her to catch up. As long as she could save her daughter, it would be fine. Phew. The inner demons and Lu Jiejin, who were rushing over, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After many tribulations, these guys finally escaped. Moreover, this time they had made a huge profit. Because Qin Feiyang and the others not only severely injured all the will of heavenly Tao powerhouses of the Central Dynasty, but also obtained the peak-level sovereign divine weapon of the Kuan Peng and the Dragon God. More importantly, they also obtained so much origin energy. Moreover, after this tribulation, Frenzy's strength had greatly increased. The all-evil sword could actually be attached to the will of heavenly Tao. This was truly unheard of. Is Her Highness all right? Landing in front of the woman in white, Lu Jiejin looked at Princess Yuxian's remnant soul and asked. Her soul was almost destroyed. Do you think she's all right? The woman in white stared at him. Lu Jiejin smiled embarrassedly. I really don't understand. Even after mobilizing all the will of heavenly Tao powerhouses of the Central Dynasty, they still couldn't kill these people. What exactly are you guys doing? Could it be that you are all a bunch of good-for-nothings? The woman in white snorted coldly and took Princess Yuxian's remnant soul, opened a space-time tunnel, turned around and left angrily. Lu Jiejin and Yuxian watched the woman in white leave. When the space-time tunnel disappeared, the inner demons laughed and said, with us two spies, how can the Central Dynasty not fail? Low-key. Lu Jiejin waved his hand. Indeed. If the inner demons and Lu Jiejin had gone all out, it would have been a completely different scene. Not to mention anything else. If the inner demons were to help the Central Dynasty, it would be harder for Qin Feiyang and the others to escape. It's finally over. However, I have a premonition. Lu Jiejin looked at the broken ground, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. What premonition? The inner demons were suspicious. It seems like something big is about to happen. Furthermore, it might be related to those people who ambushed us. Lu Jiejin mumbled. Weren't the people sent by Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong to ambush us? The inner demons frowned. Do you really think it's them? Lu Jiejin shook his head and laughed. As inner demons, it was not good to be so pure. Not them? The inner demons were stunned. Of course it's not them. They can casually take out two sovereign divine weapons? It's not like you don't know the rules of the Imperial Capital Mountain. Even if it's just a low-level sovereign divine weapon, it has to be approved by the Emperor. However, I really can't think of anyone in the Central Dynasty who would be so generous. Two low-level sovereign divine weapons self-destructed just like that. Lu Jiejin's eyes flashed. He felt that this matter was a bit strange. Could it be, there is a third force in the Central Dynasty? The inner demons pondered for a while and suddenly spoke in surprise. A third force? Lu Jiejin was stunned and turned to look at the inner demons in surprise. I'm just saying. The inner demons laughed dryly. No. I think it's possible. Lu Jiejin shook his head. After saying that, he lowered his head and pondered. How is that possible? Everyone knows that the Central Dynasty belongs to the Dong family. The inner demons laughed. Although the members of the Dong family in the Central Dynasty were divided into different classes, the direct and collateral family members wouldn't dare to go against the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom. What if it's not the Dong family? Lu Jejin whispered. Not the Dong family? The inner demons paused for a moment and suddenly turned to the place where the space-time tunnel had disappeared. He said in surprise, "Could it be the Ji family? I don't know. We need to investigate this matter." Lu Jejin shook his head and thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, "It seems that we need to find time to investigate the history of the Central Dynasty." Investigate the history of the Central Dynasty? Don't ask me for this kind of trouble. You can investigate it yourself. The inner demons hurriedly waved his hands. As expected of Qin Feiyang's inner demons, they were all afraid of trouble. "I didn't expect you to." Lu Jejin smiled. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's group arrived above a glacier. They didn't know where this was. Anyway, it was the Sea Lion Demon King who led the way. He said that there were few people here and they could avoid the pursuit of many beasts. Glancing around, they didn't see any beasts nearby. Immediately, the group of people entered an ice valley and sat down on the ground, gasping for air. They had no recollection of what had happened. "It's too exciting to follow you. My heart can't stand it." The Sea Lion Demon King wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the cold ice valley he could still sweat. Didn't that explain his current mood and state? Isn't it cool? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "Cool. My dear brother, can't you see that I'm sweating? If this continues, even if I don't die in the hands of the Emperor, I'm afraid I'll be scared to death." The Sea Lion Demon King rolled his eyes. Useless. The white-eyed wolf despised him. Looking at the source energy in front of him, his eyes were full of light. This source energy was undoubtedly the biggest gain this time. Qin. This source energy can't be handed over to this guy for safekeeping. Otherwise he will squander it all on impulse in the future. The madman whispered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf. "Little madman, do you think I'm deaf?" The white-eyed wolf stared at the madman with dissatisfaction. Who was talking bad about him and didn't send a sound transmission? Did he really think he was deaf? "I'm not afraid of being heard by you." The madman laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Now you're awesome. The true body of all evil has evolved again, even the all-evil sword has the will of the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, the white-eyed wolf suddenly changed the topic and said angrily, "Why don't you go to the sky? If you're envious, just say it." The madman laughed, his expression full of pride. "You can still laugh? Everyone look how thick is his skin. If it wasn't for him suddenly creating such a tribulation, would we have fallen to such a sorry state? You almost got us killed." The white-eyed wolf had a look of displeasure. When the demon ancestor and the others heard this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. This time it was indeed thrilling. However, in the end it was all thanks to the madman. If it wasn't for his all-evil sword erupting with lethality comparable to the source energy and turning the tide, they might have really died in the Thousand Demons Valley. Okay. The most difficult moment is over. There's nothing to say. As long as everyone can escape unscathed, it's better than anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. The most important thing is that this battle not only allowed us to see the full foundation of the Central Dynasty, but also made us more aware of the gap between us and the Central Dynasty. The demon ancestor nodded. In fact, the gap between us and the Central Dynasty is not that big. The most important thing is the source energy. As long as there is a way to solve the problem of the source energy, overturning the Central Dynasty may not be easy, but at least it's not as difficult as imagined. The madman said. Between his eyebrows, there was full of confidence. Yes. But there is no way to solve the problem of the source energy. And until now, I haven't felt the birth of the power of faith. The growth of the black tortoise world still needs a lot of time. Qin Feiyang sighed. There was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. Why hasn't the power of faith appeared yet? Is there something missing? Don't think about it. Take out some wine, let us get over the shock. Mu Qing said. It wasn't easy to escape, what was the point of thinking so much? Asking for trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and then looked at the others. Everyone's expression was full of fatigue. It seemed that this battle was really tiring. But it was understandable. After all, in this battle they were facing the entire Central Dynasty's will of Heavenly Tao. Even he was a little tired. If you want to rest, you have to go to the Black Tortoise world. After all, it's not safe here. Qin Feiyang got up, and with a wave of his hand, the group of people disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky, and the figure of the mysterious young man appeared in his mind. I wonder if this guy managed to escape successfully? I hope nothing happened to him. Swish. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the black tortoise world, two black figures appeared in the sky above the ice valley. They were silent like two ghosts. Qin Feiyang was immediately startled. He looked up at the two people, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. One of them spoke, his voice was a little hoarse. Immediately after, the two of them landed in the ice valley, standing opposite Qin Feiyang. The two of them were covered in a black robe, and their faces were also wearing two pitch-black ghost masks. They looked like death gods from hell. No ill intentions? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Then who are you? How did you know we were here? Who we are is not important at all. You just need to know that we have the same goal. As for how we know you are here, this is because we have been following you since the Thousand Demons Valley. The two of them spoke. Following? Qin Feiyang was shocked. They had been following them since the Thousand Demons Valley. In other words, the two of them were hiding in the space divine object and came here together with the space-time passage opened by them. He was really careless not to have noticed. If they were the Emperor's men, wouldn't they be facing a life-and-death crisis? Chapter 45:22. Although the other party had shown no malice, Qin Feiyang did not dare to relax his vigilance. Because this was the Central Dynasty. There were only 3 clans in the Central Dynasty: the Human Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Sea Beast Clan. The 3 clans were all the claws and teeth of the Emperor. Therefore, as long as it was not someone he knew, he could not trust them easily. You really don't need to be so vigilant. If we want to harm you, we will definitely choose a sneak attack. Why do we take the initiative to show up? The man with the ghost mask said. How can I trust someone who doesn't even dare to show his face? Qin Feiyang sneered. What if it was a spy sent by the Emperor? Because now the Emperor also knew that it was not easy to kill them, so he might think of such a trick. He would send someone to approach them, gain their trust, and then kill them behind their backs. Although it was just a guess, he had to guard against it. The face is just a skin bag. It will not affect our cooperation. The man with the ghost mask said. Cooperation? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Your goal is to overthrow the Central Dynasty. Our goal is to overthrow the Central Dynasty. It can be said that we are like-minded. And now you have seen the strength of the Central Dynasty. With your strength alone, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to overthrow the Central Dynasty. So, you need our help. Similarly, in the whole Central Dynasty, only we can help you. The man with the ghost mask smiled hoarsely. So confident? It seems that your strength is very strong. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Not very strong, but not bad. The man with the ghost mask said with a faint smile. Really? Then let me see your so-called not bad strength. Although he was very tired now, as long as he entered the combat state, his dormant courage would wake up. Boom. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, the dual will of heaven way, like a rolling torrent, oppressed the two men. Don't be impatient. Seeing Qin Feiyang attack, the two men with the ghost mask couldn't help but panic. This person was too difficult to get along with. He attacked without saying a word. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. The ultimate profundities of the 7 supreme laws were born. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the Death God army by attacking so recklessly here? Although he couldn't see their expressions, it wasn't hard to tell from their panicked tone and eyes that they were panicking. Death God Legion? Didn't you say that you were following us from the Myriad Demons Valley? Then don't you know that the experts of the Central Dynasty's will of heaven, including the members of the Death God army, have all self-detonated in the Myriad Demons Valley? Qin Feiyang sneered. So what if the Death God army knew that he was here? This cowardly coward actually dared to boast shamelessly that he could help him? He really didn't know his own worth. The ultimate profundities of the 7 supreme laws shattered the glaciers and shot toward the two of them. The panic-stricken duo hurriedly activated their ultimate meaning. Both of them had the 6 paths' ultimate meaning. Moreover, they also contained the will of the heavenly Tao. 12 ultimate profound meanings shot out. Rumble. However, their 12 ultimate profundities were actually unable to resist Qin Feiyang's 7 ultimate profundities at all and were annihilated on the spot. Dual will of heaven, so powerful. The duo's heart trembled. One had to know, the other party hadn't activated the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven. They couldn't fight back at all. If all these heaven-defying means were activated, wouldn't they be killed instantly? In fact, they were wrong. Even if Qin Feiyang didn't activate the law of life and death, the 3,000 clones, and the Eye of Heaven could still kill them instantly. Boom. The 7 ultimate meanings suddenly fell on top of the duo's heads. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the ghost masks on their faces. 2 unfamiliar faces immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The one on the left was an old red-haired man with wrinkles all over his face. The one on the right was a young man in his 20s. His chiseled facial features were sharp as if they were carved by a knife, and he was filled with a cold aura. Although he looked young, he had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao, so he was obviously an antique. "I've never seen them before," Qin Feiyang murmured. But the next moment, they noticed the glabella of the duo. There was a flame-shaped mark between their eyebrows. But Qin Feiyang had never seen this mark before. However, this mark gave him a very strong sense of danger. "What is this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The 7 ultimate profound meanings of the 7 ultimate meanings stopped above their heads, emitting an aura that could shock heaven and earth. The duo didn't dare to move. However, the broken ghost mask made the 2 of them furrow their brows without a trace. It seemed that they were very afraid of others seeing their true faces. "I don't kill nameless people." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said coldly. These 2 people had unknown origins, so he didn't dare to show his face easily. "What do we have to say to make you believe our intentions?" The red-haired old man was helpless. Couldn't there be more trust between people? Qin Feiyang looked at the duo, his eyes flickering. Were they really here to cooperate with him? But that didn't make sense. How could there be a hidden third party in the Central Dynasty? Because to cooperate with him to overthrow the Central Dynasty, it had to be a third party. But he had been in the Central Dynasty for several years. He had a general understanding of the situation in the Central Dynasty, but he had never heard of any third party. Moreover, if there was really such a thing, his cousin and the inner demons would have heard of it since they had been in the Central Dynasty for so long. But the inner demons and his cousin had never mentioned it to him. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the duo and said, "Make a blood oath that you're not spies sent by the Emperor. I can believe you for the time being." Okay. The duo nodded. They made a blood oath without hesitation. "We're really not," Qin Feiyang murmured. Because if they were sent by the Emperor, the moment the duo made a blood oath, heaven's punishment would come directly. But now, the sky was cloudless and there was no trace of heaven's punishment at all. The red-haired old man looked at the 7 ultimate mysteries above his head with lingering fear and asked, "Can you take back your ultimate mysteries now?" Qin Feiyang took a deep look at the red-haired old man and waved his hand. The 7 ultimate mysteries immediately dissipated. The duo finally let out a long sigh of relief. This young man who came from a low-leveled civilization really made people feel despair. Qin Feiyang asked, "Your purpose is to join hands with me to overthrow the Central Dynasty, right?" "That's right." The duo nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you have the ability to deal with the power of the origin?" "No. That's why we want to cooperate with you." The red-haired old man was very honest. But the young man next to him was very unhappy with Qin Feiyang's attitude. He sneered and said, "If we had the ability to deal with the power of the origin, why would we need to cooperate with you?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man. The young man summoned his courage and looked at Qin Feiyang. After a long time, suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said indifferently, "Take care. I won't see you off." What was there to be proud of? What right did he have to be arrogant in front of him? How many arrogant people had he seen in his life? "You?" The young man glared at Qin Feiyang. "Cut it out." The red-haired old man glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled apologetically. "He's like this. Don't mind him. He has to change his personality. Because it's easy to offend people with this kind of personality," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "That's right." The red-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Since we're talking about cooperation, you should at least tell me something. You must know quite a lot about me, but I know nothing about you. So tell me honestly, who are you? What grudges do you have with the Central Dynasty?" "For now, I can't tell you." The red-haired old man was silent for a while and shook his head. "I can't tell you?" Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, then laughed. "Is this the sincerity of your cooperation?" "Sorry, I don't feel it. Please." Although they had sworn a blood oath that they were not spies sent by the Emperor, it did not mean anything else. What if they had ulterior motives? Therefore, if they wanted to cooperate, they had to know each other first. The red-haired old man said awkwardly, Brother Qin, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but this is a serious matter. We can't tell you. Please understand. I don't want to say it again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't go too far. We're cooperating because of our interests. Do you really need to know so much? The young man said angrily. Even if it's a mutually beneficial relationship, we have to know who's the biggest beneficiary first. Also, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blood-haired old man and said indifferently, this person isn't suitable to negotiate with others. Don't bring him along when you come looking for me next time. Otherwise, if I get angry, I might directly annihilate all of you. The young man clenched his fists hearing this. What are you doing? Don't you think it's troublesome enough? The red-haired old man noticed the young man's anger and said to himself, how can you blame me for this? It's him. He's too arrogant. The young man was furious. He has the right to be arrogant. If it were you, would you be able to force the emperor and the others to this point? The red-haired old man harumphed and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. How about this? I'll go back and ask for permission. If it's okay, I'll tell you everything. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. The red-haired old man took out the voice transmission stone and said with a smile, then let's build a bridge so we can contact each other? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and took out the voice transmission stone. Building a bridge would not affect anything, so it was fine. Then we'll be leaving. After the bridge was built, the red-haired old man put away the voice transmission stone and smiled at Qin Feiyang. He then opened a space-time passage and left with the young man.